brought to a breakthrough. In 1980, he created an equation of his own, one that combined all of the Julius sets into a single image. When Mandelbrot iterated his equation, he got his own set of numbers. Graphed on a computer, it was a kind of roadmap of all the Julius sets, and quickly became famous as the emblem of fractal geometry. The Mandelbrot set.
It's not easy to describe the Mandelbrot set visually. It looks like a man, it looks like a cat, it looks like a cactus, it looks like a cockroach. It's got little bits and pieces that remind us of almost anything that you can see out in the real world, particularly living things. So it has a character that reminds us of a lot of things, and yet it itself is unique and new.
The Mandelbrot set is real, an absolute thing, no question whatsoever. Any mathematician or any computer scientist or student in a school can study it and find the same, describe the same thing. It's a common experience. And so such things that can be magnified forever and have infinite precision do exist, but they're not touchable.
It's a geometrical shape, an icon, if you wish, which somehow embodies as an example a very important aspect of how the world works. Somebody recently actually called this set the thumbprint of God.
With this mysterious image, Mandelbrot was issuing a bold challenge to long-standing ideas about the limits of mathematics.
The blinders came off, and people could see forms that were always there, but formerly were invisible.
The Mandelbrot set was a great example of what you could do in fractal geometry, just as the archetypical example of classical geometry is the circle.
When you zoom in, you see them coming up again, so you see self-similarity. You see, by zooming in, you zoom, you're zooming in, you're zooming in, and pop. Suddenly it seems like you're exactly where you were before, but you're not. It's just that way down there, it has the same kind of structure as way up here, and the sameness can be grokked.
Now we'll begin our serious exploration of the Mandelbrot set, a voyage which in fact could last forever and ever, much longer than the lifetime of the universe. I have here the full set, about 6 inches across. Now, if I blow this up, I'll increase the magnification now 13 times, and you see more and more detail is appearing. And the interesting thing is you see mini Mandelbrots, replicas, almost identical, yet perhaps subtly different, of the original set. And I can go on doing this. Here's a magnification of more than 3,000 times. So the original picture, about 6 inches across, is now half a mile across. And no matter how much we magnified it, a million times, a billion times, until the original set was bigger than the entire universe, we would still see new patterns, new images emerging, because the frontier, the M set, is infinitely complex. And when I say infinitely, I really mean that. Most people, when they say infinitely, they mean only rather big. But this is really infinity. What is so remarkable, in fact, astounding about the Mandelbrot set is that although it's infinitely complex, it's based on incredibly simple principles, unlike almost everything in modern mathematics. In fact, anybody who can add and multiply can understand the principles on which it's based. You don't even have to subtract or divide, still less use logarithms or trigonometrical functions to comprehend how the Mandelbrot set is created. In fact, in principle, it could have been discovered any time in human history and not merely in 1980. But the problem is this: although it's only based on adding and multiplying, you have to carry out those operations millions, billions of times to create a complete set. And that's why it was not discovered until the era of modern computers.
Shalom, shalom, family. As always, at the 10-minute mark, we're going to say the Lord's Prayer. So bow with me as we say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father in heaven, honored be thy name. May thy kingdom come, may thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us each day our daily bread, and forgive us of our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us on a righteous path, and guard us from the evil one. In your name we pray. Amen. Shalom, shalom, family. Throughout this whole presentation, this is going to be one that someone may need to put timestamps on it, or if you have time to sit through, this is going to be a very deep, intense understanding of the biblical narrative with historicity and with genetics. So first, we're going to start with the understanding of the biblical narrative, right? Here's the truth about what happened. Now, it's important to understand there's no such thing as a Bronze Age, and there's no such thing as an Iron Age. Those ages came based upon what those peoples was implementing. But Israel had no smith in his land. But we also have evidence of iron and bronze being worked before the flood. For example, right here in Genesis 4:22, we can see where it talks about these ones were basically instructors in brass and iron. We can also find evidence of that in America. I'm talking ancient times. We can find it in layers that they said were millions and millions of years, but we know that the biblical narrative is what we're going to stick with. So let's understand something. Let me actually open up a map, as it's always important to have a map, as I believe locations is very important. In fact, this is going to be very locational. We're going to be pointing to a lot of locations as we go over this. It'll be very important with the pinpoints of location. So I'm going to let this open. And as always, as we go over this, you're always welcome to ask questions for clarity and for any reason. Now, the reason why I open this map is because you see this area right here. The first people that actually are recorded to rule up here is actually almost every group. But we actually have a mention of Nimrod. You remember in the scriptures, it tells us about Nimrod, right? Nimrod, a son of Ham, right? And Cush begat Nimrod, right? And he became a mighty man. And remember, he was actually the first one to sit at the place, the kingdom of Babel, right? Or you would say Babel, or in that time, you'll also have different locations. It will be all throughout this area. This area was called the Mesopotamia, or the Fertile Crescent. We're going to actually get some deep understandings on it. But first, we got to get some historical understanding. So now we see that we know that Ham was there. That's very important, because the out of Africa idea is not true. Now, let's talk about some history. This is going to be in the description. I'm not going to go over this part because I want to get to the deep information of it, but I'm going to talk about some historicity of the land where you would have Babel. Another name for it, the Tower of Babel, or the Tower of Babylon, right? And the confusion of the tongues. So obviously we had a lot of people there. One of the main people we had there was Nimrod, right? Now it was Nimrod who was excited, right? Excited them to such an effort, right? To basically do what they did and built that tower, right? Obviously, these will be the sons of Noah, all gathered together in one place. I'm gonna show you that today. Now, first thing I want to show you, just to give a quick demonstration of what we're going to be touching on, I'm going to jump a little ahead and show you something real fast, and I'm going to come back to it. But I want to show you something. I'm going to go down. So what I'm going to show you is an area that is going to be where they call it the Marsh Arab. They call it Marsh Arab, pretty much is what I'm going to show you. And it's actually an ancient group that you find in Mesopotamia. And what's interesting about it is that I'm going to read this real fast. It says, whereas traces of, this is going to be a certain group right here. It's going to be talking about groups. This is going to be basically up to 4,000 BC. That's 4,000 BC. That's a long time ago. Obviously, understand the biblical narrative as we go over this, and we'll be explaining it. So it's just talking about the populations, right, from the north and the east of the mountains. It says, whereas traces of their culture are present in the territory as documented by, and you see this kingdom right here, Ubad right there, pottery, nothing is available for their identification. Now you hear what he's saying there? Now listen to me when I say this. What I'm going to show you is a group that today they don't really have any understanding of their identification, but we know who they are biblically. They say right here, it says the Sumerians, right? Now, this is very important. We're going to get to the connection of and stuff like that. And it's going to say who spoke an isolated language and different things like that. I'm going to go right here. It says they occupied the delta between the two rivers, right? The two rivers, that's going to be your Mesopotamia. That's your Fertile Crescent, right? That's going to be right here. The reason why they say two rivers is because it's between the Tigris and the Euphrates. So you're going to have two rivers here. You're going to have your Tigris and you're going to have your Euphrates. And that's what we're going to be looking at today, the groups of the peoples in between that area. So we're going to be looking at that. So you can see right here, the two rivers in the southern part of present Iraq, one of the oldest inhabited wasteland environments. So you know the biblical narrative is one of the oldest inhabited wasteland environments, right? We're going to get the understanding on who was there in the grouping. It's going to actually be, what's the word I'm looking for? Fairly interesting, as here you can see here a very mixed amount of people. You can see E's there, different lineages there. We're going to talk about some of that. But first, we got to go about the history. Now that you understand that a lot of different people were there, there's also on this note, this is just a little more to the reading of what happened. Obviously, the Lord scattered them about and they all went their different ways and everything, and then had different languages. Even it talks about where the Greeks, they went to different parts of the land. They went to basically different islands and stuff. You can see it says there were some also who passed over the seas in ships and inhabited the islands. So that's important to understand. They were moving on boats at that time. That's very important. So I want to show you something real fast. I'm going to go down and I'm going to show you a quick study. This is a quick study of a connection. Now, if you're thinking about this area, you're thinking about everyone who was in Mesopotamia, right? But what if I told you that Mesopotamia actually had a major migration from this river going through from India? And what if I told you that same group has connections with the groups over here? And that's what we're going to look at. We can see that connection actually would extend all the way over here. And it has to do with a lineage that people actually subscribe to be Israelites, but it's not Israelites. It's actually the J1-p58. We're going to look at that today. I made that claim, so I'm going to answer that claim with actual facts and history. Let's look at it. So I'm going to scroll down a little bit. The reason why, matter of fact, I'm going to read a little bit on this just to give a little understanding of what I'm going to show you. 2013 study based on DNA extracted from the dental remains of 4 individuals from different time eras. Now, it's going to be very important because we're going to be looking at ancient individuals, some all the way to 200 to 300 AD. Those ones we're not going to look at. Those are actually going to be basically, I'll talk about that as we get there. It's going to basically be the Romans, long story short. We're not going to look at them. We're going to look at these ones from 2000 BC and these ones right here to, 19 BC. That's what we're going to be looking at today, these ancient genetics. And the genetics actually stretch from here and it goes all the way over here. You're going to find different genetics in these different areas, stretching all the way up to here. So we're going to be looking at this area and we're going to be revealing what we're looking at. Now, we're not just going to be looking at Y DNA. We're actually going to be looking at mtDNA as well. The reason why is because the mtDNA actually is how these are connected. Let's take a look at that. So one of the biggest things about peopling is that peopling is not just male-based, but it's also going to have females. For example, I'm going to show you now these ancient lineages. Now, you see this M here? This is going to be mtDNA, and we're going to talk about that. So usually in your mtDNA, you got 3 splits. You're going to have your L3 or your L lineages, your M, and your N. They say it like this, your L, M, and N groups. But your M here is going to be very important. You're going to also have your Ds very close, linked with the M. Then you're going to have some other branches under your N. We're going to talk about the difference with these as well. Obviously, we're going to also talk about the Y DNA. As you can see, we're going to have C's, D's, E's. We're going to have some J's, different things like that. But the most important thing is a quick summary that I think is very important. I'm going to show you something real fast.
Specimen TQ28F256, a skeleton excavated at the Terca site during the 2008 season, male age 25 to 29. Dating of the tomb indicated a burial time in the Middle Bronze Age, 2200 to 1900 BCE. Tomb chronology was based on the type of artifacts found, together with the skeleton and stratigraphy of the site, which were comparable to others found in Terca. The study attempted to confirm the origin of individual MK11G107, living 1300 to 1500 years ago, whose remains were found in Tel Masaiq. His possible anemia might suggest him having been a newcomer, possibly from the neighboring Mediterranean region. Changes found within the first specimen indicated the presence of the M4B1 haplogroup. The haplogroup has likely arisen in...
So real fast, let me make some sense of what is showing here. This is what we're going to be looking at. We're going to be looking at this group that's found, right? We're going to talk about this group right here that's going to be found in India. Now, they have the M group. You can see right here, they just talk about right here, your M right here. They're going to talk a little bit about that, and it's going to be important because remember, as we look at this, what's also important is that M, N, and L. Let me actually open up another note here so that we can reflect back on it. M is actually a group that's found a lot in the Asian community or the Indian community. Is not found mostly in European or things like that. That's going to be very important because that's what connects these things from a distance. And that's going to be very key when looking at these male lineages. You're going to note the female lineage that's actually mixed with the male lineage. That's important because in ancient times, ancient civilizations would trade women as a sense of signing, basically like signing contracts. Basically, like if a person, a leader of another community has the same woman, and let's say, for example, he gives his daughter or something like that to another king, that's like making an alliance, right? Instead of signing an alliance, they would pass their daughters to each other. Sometimes you'll see that in the scripture where it says, give their daughters to their daughters and things like that. That's basically saying to become one, basically, long story short. Let me show you here. So this is what we're going to be looking at. I'm just letting it load real fast, a big note. So you can see your groups here. In fact, I'll click this so it's a little more clear. And this one's nice because I'll put this in the description too. This one's nice because it also shows you mainly where the groups would be. So it just has little markers there. So you can see right here is your M. You can see it'll say South Asia. You can see parts of East Asia. And then you can see Oceania. Oceania, that's like Oceania, that's all the way over here. So you're finding M is going to have groups from like China, India, Mongolia, things like that. And then obviously Oceania over here. So that's very important. That's very important because it's going to let us know that those mtDNA aren't found over here. That's what it's talking about. The M lineage is actually a far lineage, but that M lineage was found over here. But we're going to also note what's going on with it. We're going to note what's going on with it because it's very, very interesting. So that's what we're going to be talking about, these M lineages, M49 and things like that, different M lineages that's found in Mesopotamia. But these, obviously, they have a understanding that these must have came from merchants from India. So we're going to note that as we go over this. So just to let you know, right now it's the mtDNA. It's just going over. We'll go up to 830 on this one.
In the region of the Tibetan Plateau, thus suggesting that the origin of the individual could have been Asian rather than European. Analysis revealed that the first, second, and third individuals belonged to clades that probably arose between 25 and 58,000 years ago on the Indian subcontinent, where they still occur. We looked more closely at the first specimen with more advanced molecular analysis. It revealed several haplotypes almost identical with his, present in people living today in Tibet, the Himalayas, Ladakh, and Pakistan. These populations have a reverse mutation at the hotspot in common with the fossil haplotype. Only complete sequencing will help to narrow down the geography and indicate precise origin of the studied individuals.
So that's what we're going to be looking at, the precise origin of these individuals that I was just talking about. Pakistan, right? All the way over here, all these areas up to here. So we're gonna look at these areas up to Turkestan right there. We're gonna be looking at this. And if someone thinks that we don't have anything, let me just show you something real fast, just as a little teaser real fast, just to show you something real fast, just to show you what we got. So just to let you know, I have a list of some studies that you will not find normally. Some of them are really hard to find, but they do have some very deep sources, some very deep finds. For example, I'm going to show you this thing at the bottom down here. I'm going to click this. I'm going to show you what this is. I'm just going to show you what it is. The reason why is because we want to look for the mtDNA, right? We want to look for the mtDNA in the female. That's very important. It lets us know about a people that came from far away. I want to show you something. I'm going to show you something real fast. What you're seeing right here, this is going to be your Y-DNA, but notice right here is your mtDNA. Well, the list is right here on this row. This is going to be your mtDNA. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to show you something real fast, just to show you what we're going to be leading up to and what we're going to be going to and talking about. Go up a little bit. Right up here. Right over here. In fact, scroll down a little bit. All right. In fact, I think it's not this one. Let me go over. This one right here. My bad. This one's the one I wanted to show you. All right. So the reason why I wanted to show you this is because I'm going to show you basically, you see what you're seeing here? P58. What is P58? And what is this M45A? What's going on here with these M's and these P58? That's from India. We're going to talk about this. It's going to be very important and very, 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 very deep. Very deep, very important. This is for something else. But I wanted to show you that as these are going to be from sources that are going to be very deep. Understand this. We're going to be going to the root. Fact. Let's go back over here. The reason why I want to show you that, because I want to show you what we're going to work with. We're working with actual, real genetics, ancient genetics of connecting people from here to here. You hear what I'm saying? In fact, let's look at the history. Let's go over the history. So, and if anyone is also curious, so you can see right here, they say they came from here, went over, crossed over, and came over here. In fact, if you want us to, I can do a study also on the Roman connection of this, because I'm just going to read this top part. So you, if you're curious on, maybe I'll do a synthetic study on this next week or something like that. It says mtDNA from early Bronze Age to Roman period suggests a genetic link between the Indian subcontinent and the Mesopotamian cradle of civilization. So you see what's going on there? So very, very, very deep, very, 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 very deep, right? That's something that, when you read, you might not find this, but when looking at these things carefully, this is what's found. So if you want us to go over the Romans and talk about how the Romans have some connection with these things, that's going to be another subject. What we're going to be touching on is the ancient Mesopotamian genetics. It all actually starts from a historical point. So we're going to start with this video and we're going to break it down historically. And let me make sure I do this because YouTube likes to have his way. As always, fair use. So fair use, as always, fair use. So we're going to be using small portions. It's not going to be for sale. It's for free. We're giving out the information for free. This is for obviously education, and for, I guess, if someone's entertained, it can be entertained as well. So this is not for commercial use. Everything that's being used is used for education, as truth should be free. So let me show you something now. All right. So I'm going to turn off the sound because I know this history very well, but I'm going to talk about the history, so also that the sound's not there just for that sake. Only for this first part. I'll let the sound play for this first part so they can just talk about this quick part, and as it goes on, I'm just gonna
are shrouded in mystery, but it does seem to have been a minor power, subservient to the dominant Sumero-Akkadian city-states in the region, such as Kish, and Lagash, in its formative period. This changed after waves of Amorite migrations and then invasions of Sumer. The earliest Sumerian writings condescendingly spoke of the Amorites as uncivilized, dirty, and nomadic, who did not bury their dead and ate raw meat. A massive wall in northern Mesopotamia was built between the Tigris and Euphrates to keep them from migrating through Syria, but they merely seem to have traveled around it through the desert. The Amorites quickly integrated into Sumerian society.
All right, so let's talk about what's going on here. So I'm going to skip a little ahead. Just going to skip a little ahead to right here. So you see this civilization right here? Now, I have a note. I'm not going to go over the note, or I could, depending if someone wants me to go over that note when we get there. I'm going to talk about right here. This is going to be a note about certain groups in the Mesopotamian area. There's going to be obviously this area right here. This is a capital city of the Hittites. This is obviously going to be another group. So the Hittites, just to give a quick summary of what's going on, the Hittites are European. Mitanni, these are European. Babylonia is very important to understand that they've been conquered by European nations. This is actually very important. So remember, it all started out as a lot of Hamitic rulers in the area. Then we see some Shemitic rulers in the area. But then we're going to note a change in that area that's going to be very dramatic and very important. We'll just close that. So that's just some extra information at the bottom of this. The reason why I put that there, because what I'm going to show you today, the reason why I'm showing you this history is because what I'm going to show you today is deep history on how Assyria, Armenians, Ashkenazis, Amaleks, Akkadians, and Phoenicians are related. I'm going to show you that, and I'm going to show you that they're a European group. Now, I just found someone just random. I seen the message, and they also they're just native Assyrian. If you know that they're still Assyrians, they call themselves Assyrians, and it's important to understand that it's proven that the Assyrian is actually related to many other people. In fact, they say, I am an Assyrian from Iran. It says Sumerian, Akkadians, Amorites, Assyrian, Babylonian are all blood related, and I 100% agree. And I'm going to show you that today. So I'm going to show you just a few pieces. As always, when going over these things, I want it to be very clear to be understood. So these are going to be in the description if someone wants to get a little more deeper into the history. I'm just going to tell you the summary of what we're going to be talking about. First things first, we have to understand the history of the area of the where you got the Mesopotamia. So the first things we need to know is about what happened. So long story short, I'm just going to summarize it. So obviously you had your original Sumerians there, right? The areas of the Mesopotamia. Then you would have different groups come in that would take over. One of those groups that came in was the Akkadians, right? I'm going to show you something because first we have to get this little bit of history in before we start diving in these things. Though we can just get right to the reproach, but this is for those that may not be familiar with a lot of the biblical history. All right.
But by the 3rd millennium BCE, Sumer was no longer the only empire around, or even in Mesopotamia. Waves of nomadic tribes poured into the region from the north and east. Some newcomers looked up to the...
Okay, so you heard what I just said real fast. So the reason why I'm also showing these other videos, so you also can understand that what I'm talking about is for real, for real. So what it's saying is that right here in the Mesopotamia, they was getting people from the east. This is the east. They was getting people from the east and from the north. So they was getting people from the north and from the east. That's very important. So Mesopotamia was getting different people coming in from the north and the east. Remember that. That's very important.
Sumerians, adopting their way of life and using the cuneiform script to express their own language, or even in Mesopotamia. Waves of nomadic tribes poured into the region from the north and east. Some newcomers looked up to the Sumerians, adopting their way of life and using the cuneiform script to express their own languages. In 2300 BCE, the Akkadian king Sargon conquered the Sumerian city-states. But Sargon respected Sumerian culture, and Akkadians and Sumerians existed side by side for centuries. Other invading groups focused only on looting and destruction. Even as Sumerian culture spread, a steady onslaught of invasions killed off the Sumerian people by 1750 BCE. Afterward,
all right, so let's talk about some filler real fast. So have you probably seen in the Bible, right? The Amorites. But did you know, not a lot of people actually know this. So I'm going to show you something real fast. Did you know that the Amorites actually conquered all the way up to the Mesopotamian area? It's actually really interesting that the Amorites, which is stated in the Bible, they were a group that you probably know this area, you're probably familiar with the little biblical area right here where the Amorites were settled at. That was something that we've seen in the biblical narrative in many different maps and stuff like that. But it's proven that the Amorites actually came all the way up here and ruled up here for a decent amount of time. And this is actually this is actually the time when the Akkadians and many of the Sumerians were replaced. Now, who are the Amorites? Who genetically are the Amorites? Or who biblically are the Amorites? Biblically, if we look at a family tree, right? Let's go to a family tree. Go to Noah family tree. And let's take a look at the family tree. So let's see if there's a detailed one here that's decent. So of Ham, you're going to have, let's see, this one is not so detailed. Or I'll just say it pretty much. The Amorites, right? They have connection to Ham, right? But the Amorites were actually, long story short, like how the Sea People were. They were a mixed and mingled group. Trying to see if one of these would have it. Maybe I'll just put something up here for it. Let's see if I can grab one of those real fast. Here's this should be all right. I'm thinking should have the details of the Hamitic lineage. Let me go back because it's kind of, I don't know why it looks like that. Let's see. This one should have it. I'm thinking right here. You see what you're seeing right there? So of Noah, of Ham, you have your Amorite. That's very important. So remember, Nimrod was ruling up there. Your Amorites, they came and they were ruling up there. But the Amorites, what's important is when they came there, they started to replace the peoples there. But people started to call themselves also Amorites and started to basically conquer that area with them. That's important to understand. And we're going to look at that. We're going to look at what happened with that area. I'm not going to go too deep in the Amorites. If someone wants us to, we can go a little deep. If you're not familiar with the Amorite, Mr. T there, the Amorite takeover. So it's really interesting because they're the ones who actually established Babylon, the Babylon. So that's very important. When we think of the rise of Babylon, you're thinking of the Amorites. That's very important. There's a lot of different understandings in that, different levels. If you want to get a little more deep into it, under this picture in the description, I will have this note there, and you will see this little video where it says extra deep history. I'm not going to go over it now, but it's very, very extremely interesting. Very interesting deep history that talks about Babylon. And you probably remember the kings of the Amorites, or the 5 kings of Amorites and stuff like that, and how there was a bed that one of the giants of the Amorites had that's actually symbolic for, in Babylon, they have a bed that's an idol, and there's all type of crazy stuff to it. So I'm not going to go over it right now. But the Amorites were people that ruled in Mesopotamia for a while. That's very important to understand. So the Amorites, descendants of Hamites, ruled up there. The Akkadians, a lot of them actually trace back to basically European stock, just to make it a little simple with that. But let's keep on keeping on, because the details in the history is more important to understand. So we're going to talk about Neo-Assyria, but first we got to understand what happened in the land. I'm going to skip to a part here, and I'm going to talk about this part right here once we get to there. First, I'm going to let this video end.
Afterward, Sumer disappeared back into the desert dirt, not to be rediscovered until the 19th century. But Sumerian culture lived on for thousands of years. First through the Akkadians, then the Assyrians, then the Babylonians. The Babylonians passed Sumerian inventions and traditions through along Hebrew, Greek, and Roman cultures. Some persist today.
All right, so you can see there's going to be a major connection in this area, and a lot of these kingdoms are actually going to be highly related. So we're going to talk about that. It's very interesting, because when you read the biblical narrative, it's very interesting to understand what's going on when it's telling the story, and it's also interesting to connect that with the evidence that's found in that land. Obviously, many wars had happened in that land, and many different things had happened to get a little understanding on what's going on there. But let me show you something. I'm gonna skip this part with the Amorites. I'm not gonna go over it with the takeover the Amorites. I just explain it pretty much, and a little bit of them, just a little information on that. I'm just gonna skip that part because we don't need that right now. So obviously, remember, why is that important? Because the Amorites, they were conquering the area that Abraham left, right? The Amorites destroyed the ancient place where Abraham left. And remember what was said to Abraham during Genesis 15 and 16. It said, but in the 4th generation, they shall come here again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. Because what was promised to Abraham? From the river Euphrates to the Egyptian river, right? Very, 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 very interesting, very deep stuff on that. I'm going to go down a little bit, just skip a few parts, but these are just going to have extra pieces of information for stuff. But now let's talk about what's going on in this area. Let's talk about what's going on in this area. I'm going to close this. In this area, we're going to talk about what's going on in this area and their connection with this area. But first, what we need to know is that when these people were here, there were other people that was over here that didn't yet come down. But there's going to be a group of people here that came into here. We're going to note that as we go on. I'm going to show you now here.
Syria became fully independent of the Mitanni, and, together with the Hittites, cannibalized the aging empire as it descended into internal squabbling. The Egyptians, Hittites, Babylonians made economic and military alliances against the growing Assyrian threat. Then came widespread famines and invading peoples from the west, known as the Sea People. The entire Near East went into a dark age of sorts that saw massive population decline. Assyria was the least harmed by this, and took full advantage. The Assyrian king, Tukulti-Ninurta, would conquer Babylon, proclaim the...
All right, so I'm going to go up to a certain timestamp on there. I'm going to make sure I show this first before I continue with that. So now the reason why I want to show you this is because this is going to talk about the M lineage that came there and everything. It's going to talk a little bit about it.
Look how similar they are to the ones you've seen before, here, and for example here. Yes, they are very similar. Amazingly, but the Bichins are almost identical with the Sumerian writing, one of the most ancient in the history of humankind. It may be that already then, 5,000 years ago, the Sumerians already had a school of writing that in some mysterious way was linked with the Oghuz that produced their Bichins much later in Mangistau area.
So that's important. The linguistics has connection to that area as well. That's very important to take note of. But now let me show you something here. So we're working our way. So notice how many people is in this land. Notice how much the land is being affected and what it's going through. So we're looking at the ancient land of Abraham. We're looking at the ancient lands of Abraham. Go up here.
Cultivation and means of transportation, slender bitumen-covered wooden boats called tarada, are documented as still being practiced by the indigenous population, locally named Madan, or Marsh Arabs.
You remember I showed you Marsh Arabs earlier? So that's why I showed you that, so that some of these words may come into mind, some of these pieces, because when I start going on this note over here, I don't want to fly over no one's head, but I want to refresh them with what I'm showing them, that this history is true. The reason why I'm going to show you the Marsh Arabs, just like that little part is talking about. It's going to talk about this fusion that happened in that area with the Marsh Arabs. So right here, you can see this is going to be basically the Marsh Arabs. What's interesting is that you find many different groups. You see your M2 there, you see your E's, you see different lineages there, you see your J's, because it's a very mixed and mingled group. It's going to be very important on what's going on in that area. So you can see right here, there's going to be talking about, just to click it, just to show you that this video has to do with this, what I'm going to show you. There's going to be the Marsh Arabs. So you can see right here, in search of the genetic footprints of Sumerians, right? That's going to be very important. A survey of Y chromosome and mtDNA variations in the Marsh Arabs of Iraq. All right. So that's what this video is going to be about, just to get a quick summary of what it is. And we're going to look at also the genetics. But what we see there is a lot of mixing, but we're going to pinpoint it down when we start getting more pinpoint on what mtDNA groups are dominant in which areas, and that would tell us who came from where.
This population, locally named Madan, or Marsh Arabs. This village lifestyle, which has remained unchanged for 7 millennia, suggests a possible link between the present-day Marsh inhabitants and ancient Sumerians. However, popular tradition considers the Marsh Arabs as a foreign group of unknown origin, which arrived in the marshlands when the rearing of water buffalo was introduced to the region. In order to shed some light on the origin of the ancient and modern Mesopotamian marsh populations, which remains ambiguous in spite of all the above-mentioned theories, the genetic variation of a sample of Marsh Arabs has been investigated both for the maternally transmitted mitochondrial DNA and the male-specific region of the Y chromosome. The sample consists of 143 healthy, unrelated males, mainly from the Al-Hawizah marshes. For each subject, the Marsh Arab ancestry, at least for the last 4 generations, was ascertained by interview after having obtained informed consent. The collection of their blood samples was carried out in different villages during a field expedition. For comparison, a sample of 154 Iraqi subjects, representative of the general Iraqi population, was investigated for both mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome markers. This sample is mainly composed of Arabs living along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. In addition, the distribution of the Y chromosome haplogroup, J1 subclades, was also investigated in 4 samples from Kuwait, Palestine, Israeli Druze and Khuzestan, southwest Iran, as well as in more than 3,700 subjects from 39 populations, mainly from Europe and the Mediterranean area, but also from Africa and Asia. Two hypotheses have been proposed for the origin of Marsh Arabs. 1. They could be aboriginal inhabitants of Mesopotamia correlated to the Old Sumerians. 2. They could be foreign people of unknown origin. Although the origin of Sumerians has yet to be clarified, the two main scenarios, autochthonous versus foreign ancestry, may have produced different genetic outcomes, with Marsh Arabs being genetically closer to Middle Eastern groups or other populations, for instance those of the Indian subcontinent. Thus, in order to shed some light on this question, Marsh Arab population since those of the Indian subcontinent. Thus, in order to shed some light on this question, Marsh Arab population was investigated for mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome markers. Due to their characteristics, uniparental transmission and absence of recombination, and their wide data sets, they are, at present, among the best genetic systems for detecting signs of ancient migration events and to evaluate sociocultural behaviors. Although different Western European mitochondrial DNA haplogroups were present in the Middle East in Paleolithic times, they cannot always be interpreted as markers of Middle Eastern origin. For example,
Okay, so this part is very important, what it's saying. So it's saying, though in the Middle East, sometimes you may find European lineages, it's important to know that just because they're found in the Middle East doesn't mean they developed in the Middle East. That's very important to understand. That's what it's saying right here. And we're going to also look at that because we're going to note lineages that are found here, but noting where they originated from, the origin story of them.
Paleolithic times, they cannot always be interpreted as markers of Middle Eastern origin. Although different Western European mitochondrial DNA haplogroups were present in the Middle East in Paleolithic times, they cannot always be interpreted as markers of Middle Eastern origin. For example, even if the mitochondrial DNA haplogroup H evolved in the Middle East circa 18,000 to 15,000 years ago, different H subgroups observed in this region, albeit at a rather low frequency, such as H1, arose outside and are most likely the result of gene flow from Europe. Y chromosome variation, like that of mitochondrial DNA, is highly geographically structured. However,
okay, so the reason why that's important is because we need to know, though we find certain groups there, we need to see, do we find them anywhere else that will show where they actually came from? It will show migration, the actual path of the migration, right? Now, what's important is we're going to be looking at the J lineage today. Now, if you know already, the J is connected with I. Why is that important? Because we know that I, right, when we look at the J and the I started together. That's very important to understand. We know that the I is actually found in ancient European people. Some of the oldest European fossils found. Some of the oldest ones found. Some of the oldest ones. For example, Chatterman. Chatterman is a skeleton that was found in England. And we're talking, this was 9,000, it say that it's 9,000 years old. Now, remember the biblical narrative. That just means that this is a very ancient individual. Now, we also found his mtDNA. The reason why that's important is because we're going to also find this same mtDNA in the J lineage. That's very important. We're going to note that's going to be found a little later in them. That mtDNA that's with the I is also found later with the J, right? That's going to be a European lineage. So remember, found in England, right? All the way over here in these areas. So it's very important that that's Chatterman. That's going to be the ancient European. That's how we know that certain lineages are European, when they're ancient, found in the ancient Europe and found in ancient Europe. So just an idea of his haplotype. Here it is, I2 and U5. And they just talk about, if he has like blue, green eyes, but he has dark hair, blackish skin, dark to black skin, and he has also black hair and whatnot. So they get all that from pigmentation. They get obviously your haplogroups from your different, testing for haplogroups. But just to show you that sometimes you can have dark people with a female lineage that is European and a male lineage that's European, and they're still having darker skin. So that's going to be very important. That's very important. And that's where your I, remember your I and your J started together. That's very important. I and J started together. You're going to also note their mtDNA you're going to sometimes find. That's very important. So I just want to show that real fast. All right. So this is very important to know. The reason why is because I'm going to click this just to give a little understanding. Evidence of J going north in the last glacier maximum. That's basically saying 26 to 19,000 years ago, pretty much. And this is very important because the reason why it's important is because when we look at who is who, we want to find out who is who and what peoples is what peoples. We got to get a good understanding on who was in the Levant at the time when Israel was growing, right? We got to talk about that and find out where they are. But the J1-p58 necessarily is called J1-p58. It comes from J1b. They say is actually found in the higher areas of Europe. That's very important in the ancient times. That's very, very, very important. So it's found very high up. It's also found in India. That's very important. So we can find it at the edges of the area here. So remember I showed you a real quick picture of the Indian continent. There's a group that came from here. They end up settling over here a little bit and over here, and then they end up settling over here. And we're going to note that as we look at these things. Note that as we look at these things. They actually, in fact, they settled all of here and some of here. We're going to note that as we look at these things. Go back over here. So they was also found in Finland. That's important as well. Finland all the way up here. That's very important. All the way right here. So the J found all the way in Finland. Remember we found the other I over here. So of course they'll be very nearby to them. That's very important. So they're found in Finland. So you find different ones over there. It's very important. I'm going to go down a little bit. So the reason why I want to show you that just to get a little understanding of where the homeland is of this individual. Now, J1b is actually, that's going to be very important. It's related to what is J1, but that's actually J1-p58. Or they have different names for it. A few different names for P58 is J1A2B. You'll see that on the ISOGG tree, which is just a tree with the sub branches and stuff, formerly known as J1E. Then they changed it to J1C3, right? Why all these names? As both are of JM267. That's very important. J267, I don't know why I closed that wiki thing, but J267, that's going to be very important because that's going to be all J-p58 will link to that group. So that's just very important just to note. All right, so I want to show you something. When we think about the land of ancient Mesopotamia, don't look at it as a place that was just pure, just Shemites and things like that. A lot of times when we look at ancient biblical maps, a lot of people say Ham was down here, Shem was right here, and then all Japheth was up here. But if we actually look at what's really going on in the world, that's not even at the time. At that time, that's how it wasn't how it was. Because remember, everyone was at the Tower of Babel. So a lot of different groups were there, but a lot of them came from different areas. So when they all split, they all went different ways, but then they all met up in this one little area and they built this tower, and then y'all split them into different ways. But then later on, some invasions happened and they came back. So that's very important. A little history, Sumerian. was replaced by Akkadians. That's very important in Mesopotamia. Akkadian is a Shemitic language. Now it's very important. Semitic language. Someone can speak a Semitic language and not be Shemitic. That's important to understand. They can speak a Shemitic language and not be Shemitic. Now, what's also important about that, is known that the Shemitic language, this is what they say, right? They say that it is a language, right, typically associated with haplogroups E1B1B, which we found to be Arabs, T, which E1B1B, when it went up, it came back down with an H and a T, with the H and T groups, and your J1 and J2 groups. So that's very important to understand. You'll see those groups moving around with what they call the Afro-Asiatic languages. Now, cuneiform, to be honest with you, cuneiform is more of a European language. A lot of the Hittites and certain nations were speaking that. It reached all the way to America. We have evidence of cuneiform in America in ancient times. It's very important. I talked about it before in the video about who was in America. That was a language that reached all the way to the other side of the world. So basically, it has evidence that cuneiform reached all the way over here and somehow, some way, crossing all the way over and being found in the Americas. So the language had reached all the way over there. Very, very interesting. Go back over here. So Akkadian, obviously, Akkadian being from Mesopotamia, where J2 is obviously, where it is. Early Akkadian speakers were likely to belong overwhelmingly to this group. That's very important. A lot of Akkadians, they would say, would belong to J2. That's very important. They'll say J2 is actually what the Akkadians had. They mostly had J2. So one of the things that's also important, that's just talked about when you look at the Afro-Asiatic language, just talks about some of those things. Obviously, know that Akkadian is going to be a group that came in, one of the invading groups that came in. But it's known that the Afro-Asiatic language is known that it says that it starts exclusively with E. The actual Shemitic language, the Afro-Asiatic language, began with the E group. That's very important. So again, remember, E is originally Arabs. E1B1B is originally Arabs. It's very important. Now we're gonna talk about what happened in that land, because now we got a nice idea of how mingled the land is, and we got evidence of some people coming here and coming over here. Before we even get into depth on those linking of those groups, we're getting a little history on that area. Now we're going to start talking about, before we move forth to the Assyrians, now we're going to start looking at some haplogroupings. The reason why is because now we can start to get to the nitty-gritty. So when we think about the Assyrians, there's 3 different kingdoms pretty much. You got your Old Assyria, Middle Assyria, and your Neo-Assyria, which is Neo-Assyria is the one that is written up in the biblical narrative. Why is that important? Let's just focus on Neo-Assyria. Neo-Assyria is the one after the Bronze Age collapse, where the Sea Peoples came down. And what's important is, before the Sea Peoples came down, we're going to have, obviously, an important understanding of events. And let me actually show that important understanding of events that happens in this area when these kingdoms are all there.
Yeah. The Hurrian peoples would join together in the north, forming the powerful Mitanni Empire. In Egypt, local rulers would oust the Hyksos and use their knowledge in chariotry and warfare to expand the Egyptian empire to its greatest extent. For over 200 years, the system of empires was remarkably stable. The great kings of Egypt, Mitanni, Hattusa, and Babylon all corresponded with each other on a regular basis, each referring to each other as brother, intermarrying within each other's families, and sending each other lavish gifts. In the 1390s BC, Assyria began within each other's families, intermarrying within each other's families, and sending each other lavish gifts.
So did you hear what it just said? How it talked about how they were intermarrying with each other's families and giving each other gifts. That's very important to know. I don't know why I closed that. I gotta open that again. That little tab, recently closed tab. Let me open that back. Because as now we're gonna start talking about the sea peopling that happened there. That's very important. The time that the nations mixed was early on, very early on, that these nations end up mixing and mingling. That's very important. They were mixing and mingling very early on. Let's take a look at the Bronze Age. So Bronze Age, the collapse of the Bronze Age was when the Sea Peoples came in. So when the Sea Peoples came in, a lot of the nations had fell to a weaker state. That also allowed some of the Arabs to come up and conquer some of the area. They had basically hit Assyria, they hit the Hittites, and they became basically neo-empires or new empires. And that's very important for that season because that's going to be what we're going to be talking about as well. We're going to be talking about the mixing and the final form, and what we're going to pinpoint look at once the kingdom is established is Assyria. We're going to be looking at Assyria in its full entirety. So first, I'm going to let this play a little bit and talk about the Sea Peoples.
While would destroy the city walls and pillage the temples when the people revolted. He would be murdered by his sons, partially because of the sacrilege that outraged many of his own people, who had developed a great kinship and respect for Babylonian culture and religion. In the ensuing Dark Age, Babylon would first be dominated by the Elamites, and then by a long line of weak Mesopotamian dynasties, and sometimes by other Mesopotamian city-states. During this time, a migrating people from the west, known as the Chaldeans, would migrate into the city and become synonymous with its inhabitants. During the Neo-Assyrian
Who are the Chaldeans or the Chaldeans? Who are these? These are the Arabian groups. We also can find them off in Spain. If you look up Chaldean in Spain, you can find them off in Spain. These are the Chaldeans, the E1B1B group. Now, remember how I was showing you the Marsh Arabs? The reason why I was showing you that, when you look at the Marsh Arabs, they're gonna have some lineages in them. I'm gonna close this, go over here, and you find almost every lineage you find your M35 is going to be your E1B1B. You're going to find your M2 is your E1B1A. You're going to find your J, J2, J1, all throughout those different areas. It's very important. You got different lineages in those areas. Now, obviously, taking into understanding that this is going to give us understanding of the area of the Marsh Arabs right here. So we're going to get a little understanding on that group over there. But the reason why I'm showing you this is because the group that was over here, the Marsh Arabs, is actually important when we look at what's said about that area. Obviously, Mesopotamia, the civilization, right, originated around the 4th millennia BC in the low course of the Tigris and Euphrates River, right? Just talks about that little area where the Marsh Arabs were. And we can see that whereas traces of their culture are present in the territory, right? And you can see it's documented in this time, in this pottery. We're going to look at that right here. We're going to look at this right here. It is, like I said, this pottery is said to be old and whatnot, but you can find different mix of groups there. That's not going to tell us a pinpoint who they are yet, but we're going to look at pinpoint who they are. And that way we can get a good understanding on what's going on there. I'm just going to leave this note here because when I come back to this note, we're going to work our way down on that note.
And become synonymous with its inhabitants. During the Neo-Assyrian Empire, the city was annexed and treated with sacred reverence. However, the Assyrians were almost universally hated throughout their realm because their heavy-handed rule and legendary brutal suppression of...
Okay, so you see we're just building up on history. So now you see the Assyrians, they was a group that survived basically the Sea People's invasion, and they had a little area. They end up growing from there. They end up expanding. That's very important. They end up becoming their own little people. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the Assyrian history And this is also going to give us some understanding on the connection of these groups. It's going to give us a little connection on these groups. So I think this one I already showed. I'm just going to see. I think it's that summary story. Yep. I already showed this one. I'm going to close this. So I'm going to skip this right here. Go down. All right. So we already talked about some of these things right here. I'm going to go down. We talked about some of the places where certain groups are found. And remember, we had looked at how we had different Arabs. They say marsh Arabs of that area, and they had different lineages and everything. But now let me show you something with the Neo-Assyrian Empire. I have to open it.
On the throne of Assyria. This might have been engineered. After all, an infant king is a weak king who can be controlled. This queen...
I'll let this play. Go over right here. And show
vibrant, allowing its kings to once again pursue an expansionist agenda. Beginning in roughly 934 BC with King Esarhaddon II, and continuing with his successors, Idad-Nirari II and then Tukulti-Ninurta II, brilliant military expeditions began to recapture the Assyrian territories that their predecessors once ruled. This process culminated in the reign of Ashurnasirpal II, whose name can be translated as "the god Ashur is the creator of an heir." He is one of the most famous Neo-Assyrian kings, whose reign we are well informed of by numerous royal reliefs. Under his
Look at this land layout. You see how this land layout is like this? You know what's interesting about this land layout? There's genetics found of groups of peoples that they say they have no idea of who they are, right? And that's this kingdom down here, right here. Now, when you understand the biblical narrative, you got to understand that a lot of these dating is off. You got to understand that a lot of these dating is off. But you will find some interesting genetics in that area, especially when you understand the biblical narrative. Different kingdoms came there, different ones came through, and different things like that. This is actually that one that's there, right? It just talks about the Sumerians, or they say Shemitic group, different things like that. And they say that they was basically inhabiting this area right here. Go back over here. We're going to start looking at the mixing that's going there. But first, a little extra history to get a little understanding on that. The reason why I want you to understand this moment here is because what's going to happen here is going to be a connection of the Phoenicians. So remember, we're connecting. The reason why we got to go over so much history is because we're connecting multiple groups together, right? We're connecting multiple groups. Go back up, just the names of them. You can see, just like what this individual said here, the Assyrians, Sumerian, Akkadian, Amorites, Assyrian, Akkadian, and Babylonians. They're blood related. It's a true thing. It's actually it's a true thing. And it has to do a lot with the female lineage. And we're going to look a little bit at some of the things that happen here. Let it play a little more.
Gast rule, the great armies of Ashur were far from sated, and he began to direct expeditions to areas never before touched by Assyrian arms. Parts of northern Babylonia, Zamua, an area in the north near Lake Urmia, Armenian highlands, and the Keshari Mountains all became subject to the iron will of Ashurnasirpal. The king also crossed the Orontes River in the northwest with an army, founding Assyrian colonies there, and essentially launching a commercial expedition. He even managed to extract vast sums of tribute from the wealthy Phoenician cities, and extracted valuable timber from the Levant. Despite the primarily economic motives for Ashurnasirpal's western expeditions, its further-reaching implications are also incredibly important. Never before had Assyrians, with their desire for stable control, placed a colony so far away from their center, and it paved the way for the centuries to come. Back in the homeland of Ashur.
So obviously, the history pretty much. The history is that, when you think of Assyria, they had a capital all the way basically close by Babylon. So they had a capital over here, but they stretched out and they went all the way over here. And they had some of these areas, but a lot of them end up becoming one group. But remember, many of the groups were mixing and mingling early on before these things happened. Now, I want to show you, you see this kingdom right here? This is why you see this Aratu right here. This is why I had put a note on this, which is right here underneath this thing, where is that picture where that person says, you know, they're Syrian and all these things are connected. That's true. I put a note here. The reason why that's important, because some of these kingdoms, you know, the names may be whatever it is, but they're just names of kingdoms before it reaches its final stage. Long story short is Armenia. Long story short is that the kingdom that you're looking at there, where you see right here, the Ratu, and then you have your Matani, all that stuff like that. Long story short is that that's going to be connected to Armenia. Long story short. So you see right here, this kingdom right here, they're gonna go at it. They're going to go at it for a season. That's very important. The reason why is because they end up mingling as well. They end up mingling and mixing and basically being one. So Armenian, this is actually going to be Armenian connection right here. This is actually an Armenian connection that they have going on here. So Ratu, that's very important, connected with Armenia. Just a long story short, you can see the Hurrians, right? That's very important. They're going to obviously basically become one group. Remember, Arcadians were there too, but they all basically became, you know, one group. Long story short, they became one little body. One story short, long story short. And I'm going to show you that as we go over it. So Aratu, basically just, you can see the change a little bit for that. The inhabitants of Armenia. That's going to be very important, because if you remember, the kings of Assyria, some of the kings after Assyria, when some of the kings fall, some of them flee to Armenia. We'll talk about that too as we get there. Some of them flee to Armenia. That's very important. So they go through it and they flee to Armenia. Here's a little message of it. You can say, it came to pass as he was worshiping, you remember, in his idol house, whatnot, that basically some of his sons came and smote him. And then it says they escaped into the land of Armenia. So that's very important to understand. So they had a little connection going on. They had little connections going on. So you see Assyria and you see this kingdom. I'm going to show you when I get to the chance, I'm going to show you the relation with them and the lineage that's there in these groups. All right. So that's very important. And remember, these are going to be really ancient times we're looking at here. I'm going to show you also, before I proceed, how Babylon is connected to, how Babylon is related. And remember how I said it's by women? I'm just going to show you something real fast right here. Just jump ahead to this part right here.
Important point about Ashur-uballit is that he had a daughter who married the nearby king of Babylon, Burna-Buriash. Letters are a large collection of diplomatic correspondence from this period written on clay tablets and found in Egypt. Another important point about Ashur-uballit is that he had a daughter who married the nearby king of Babylon, Burna.
Let me basically explain what this is talking about right here. So this basically what's going on here. This is the empire. This is the emperors of Assyria. Basically, remember how I said when they basically give their daughters right here in basically about 13 BC, 1300 BC, you're going to see a connection that happens with Babylon, and it's going to be giving their daughters to Babylon, and it's going to be linking them together. That's very important. The reason why that's important, because it ties them together and it starts to make them merge together. That's very important that they're doing that. But I'll let you hear the rest of what's said here, because it just gives a little point on that.
About Ashur-uballit is that he had a daughter who married the nearby king of Babylon, Burna-Buriash. This was during the period when the Kassites were ruling Babylon. Therefore, the next several kings of Babylon, starting with Kurigalzu II, were likely descendants of the Assyrian dynasty through this female connection. Ashur-uballit was followed by Enlil-Nirari and then Arik-Den-Ili. During the reign of Arik-Den-Ili, you can see Empire is revived by.
So I think these things are always interesting because, for example, it talks about the biblical text.
Assyria's greatest king, Tiglath-Pileser III. Now, strangely, Tiglath-Pileser's origins are a bit unclear. He may have been either a son or grandson of Adad-Nirari, or he could have been some sort of usurper. But what we do know is that he led many successful military campaigns. He conquered Syria and Phoenicia for the first time, and also reconquered Babylon. He is also the first Assyrian king to be mentioned in the Bible. There, he is said to have captured many Israelite cities, but not their capital, which matches what we know from Assyrian records.
All right, so you can see it's very deep, very linked. Just to show you some. Obviously, I'm gonna play some things and not gonna play some things because some things are longer than others. But I just want to have that meat there for the brothers that want to get a little more deep into it. Here's just some history on the kingdoms that basically ruled over Babylon. Is really interesting. Just talking about history of Babylon, who was over it, the switching of kingdoms and different things like that. Almost every kingdom that ruled over Babylon basically merged together. Babylon was like one of those capitals. The name Babylon basically means the door of gods and stuff like that. And it was a place that pretty much people were merging. They were merging in religion. Religion caused a lot of merging. It was a place where it was like a capital where they counted for their head gods and stuff like that. Assyria also had their own thing going on. But I want to show you something. Remember, we talked about some of these groups, right? I'll talk about some of them from the Armenians and things like that. Remember, I was talking about J1? J1, what's interesting about J1, I'm going to open this, show you something. We're getting close to the genetics. Now, you see how I showed you how this land, when you think about this land, is very mixed. It's extremely mixed in ancient times. I want to show you something now from here. Just going to open up something and talk about something here. Just need to find it. Here it is. All right. So what I want to show you here is some genetics from that area. And obviously, this is going to be ancient. So you can see right here, J1, you can see is obviously a Y-DNA lineage within the Near East. They say we report the frequency of such and such and whatnot. I just want to read you this part. The overall expansion time estimated from 453 chromosomes is, they say it's 10,000 years, right? Now, you're going to see some very interesting things here. I'm going to show you some things real fast. So I'm going to go down because you can see it's just talking about, let's go up real fast where I show you. You can see right here, it just talks about what it's saying here. Moreover, previously described J1 chromosomes frequently found in Caucasus and Eastern Anatolia populations were ancestral to J1E, and display an expansion time of 900 years. We're going to talk about that real fast on what's going on in that area and what's happening in these areas. So it's just going to show some different lineages and everything about some Shemitic languages. Now, what's interesting about Shemitic language, remember, many different nations spoke Semitic languages. Though they wasn't Shemitic, not a lineage of Shem, but they spoke Semitic languages. So here's some people that they're linked with, that they connect them with. J1, they connect them with some of the languages here, and they connect it with the Iron Age. Pretty much, long story short, I'm just going to scan through this so that you can get a little idea of who they're connected with. They're connected with the Greeks. They're connected with some, what they call the Edomites. They call some Arabics, things like that, Aramaic, things like that. Babylonia, the ones in ancient Babylon. They got some that obviously, remember the Canaanites. They had some where the Canaanites are. You have different ones in different areas. Assyrian, Kurdish. We're going to talk about all those. And you see how they're all connected. Phoenician. Syrian, these ones, these are actually all connected. All of them are connected. We're going to talk about that as we look at the lineages. We're going to look at the direct pinpoint of their lineages. So I just want to show you, the reason I want to show you that, I just want to fly through this and show you this one real fast, that one real fast. You can see right there, just some interesting ones. You can see, obviously, when you're looking at these things, connections, right? You're going to have different connections there. The ones we were just talking about, Assyria, and even that ancient one, how you say that, Aratu, things like that. I'm going to go down a little bit, and I'm going to read you something. All right, so this is going to be from here. It's going to be from Nature. I'm going to read you something that's said here. Watch what it say. The presence of ancient Levant, J1, I'm not going to read the whole thing, individuals, and the sub-branch composite composed by an Assyrian, an Iraqi, and an individual with Turkish ancestry. Now, when you think of Turkish, don't think of Turkey. A lot of times when you think of Turkish, it's actually talking about Turkestan. That's very important to understand. They're talking about different areas over here or further out that way. That's very important. Unless they start talking Anatolia. When they start saying Anatolia, then they're talking Turkey. That's very, very important. So be careful when you see that. Sometimes they'll say things like that. You got to be careful when seeing Turkish, things like that. Turkish versus Anatolia is going to be different. But they're going to say basically they're aligned. They're going to say the Turkish lineage, the Syrian lineage, and the Iraqi lineage is about the same. It's about the same. It's about correlated. I'm going to go down a little bit. And we also, in fact, I didn't open up something here. In fact, I didn't show you something real fast on here. I got to go back up to something here. I didn't open up on one of these things real fast. Right here. Let me just go down to it. All right, so remember I was talking about this earlier when I was talking about the lineages that were found in India and stuff like that and whatnot. The ones that had went over. I'm just going to go down a little bit. Right here. This just talks about, in fact, is right down here. Where remember I was talking about those lineages that were found in India. This is that place. This is basically India. Long story short, Syria. Well, in connection, not that as India is connection to India. This is actually where it is right here. Southwest Asia, Tibet. Tibet is going to be India. Make that a little more clear. Remember we was connecting those things. Now I want to read you something where it says about the Assyrians right here. I'm going to go down a little bit. So watch what it says right here at the bottom. I'm going to read you what it's saying here. A 2008 study on the genetics of old ethnic groups in Mesopotamia, including 340 subjects from 7 ethnic communities. These populations include Assyrians. They say Jews. They say these ones, I don't know how you pronounce it, Zoro, something like that. Armenians, Arabs, and Turkmen. Now, remember Turkmen, that's very important to understand. We're not talking about Anatolia. We talk about Turkey, not Turkey, but like Turk from Mongolia, representing ethnic groups from Iran, right? Restricted by rules of their religion. It says, in the Iraqi and, I don't know, you said that, Kawati population from Iraq and Kuwait found, watch what it says here, found that Assyrians were homogeneous with respect to all other ethnic groups sampled in the study, regardless of religious affiliation. What's that word? What's that word? Homogeneous, right? They're aligned, right? Of the same kind, alike, right? It's saying that they're of the same kind and alike. What is that study saying? What is it actually saying? It's telling you that the Assyrian, the Armenian, the what they call Ashkenazi, different lineages are going to be related. In fact, I'm going to show you something now. We'll close this. So we haven't got into the nitty gritty of the details yet, I just wanted to show you how the history, how many of them were mingling, and a lot of the area was actually taken over by different groups. But we're going to look at these groups and even the mtDNA per se for each individual. But first, let me actually open up something here and show you something now from a different note. And I'm going to show you something about the Assyrians and the study that they found in 2014. I had talked about this study before on how they basically, long story short, the same study where they actually found out that many of the Ashkenaz are actually Canaanites and, well, not Canaanites, Khazars. But on this one, we're going to talk about how they're Assyrians. I'm going to show you something real fast. See where that is. Go down here. All right. I'm going to go up just to see where's the timestamp to that video. Right here. All right. All right, so I'm going to show you now. I'm going to go to a certain timestamp here.
From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
All right. So here's a little bit on the study.
Purpose of his.
So before I show you this, remember what we found out on that one thing, basically saying they were related. Long story short.
Talk, because there's a specific group of Armenians who belong to this interesting group, and you can see them in red and they have a very strange distribution, and we need to determine where these people came from. I mentioned earlier that we were very close to the neighboring populations when you look at our overall DNA. But when you plot the Y-DNA of men, for example, this shows you Armenians in red and Assyrians in blue. And when you plot who is A, who is J, who is J2, R1b, you get almost the same distribution, which is mind-blowing and shows you that initially we were the same people who ended up belonging to different religious groups and speaking different languages. You can do that with Armenians and Kurdish Jews. These are Jews who never lived in the Near East, who always stayed in northern Iraq, in these areas. And here, again, it's the same colors for both. It's not exactly the same, but you see that Kurdish Jews and Armenians also have the same deep roots. So before Armenians became Armenian, and before Jews were Jews, they clearly came from the same part of the world. That's why it's not a surprise that they belong to the same groups.
So you see what you're seeing here. So you can pull up a haplogroup of the Ashkenaz, for example. I'm just going to open this up. The same thing you see in the grouping that you see in the Armenians, that you see in the Syrians, that you see in the, who they call Kurdish, that you see in the Ashkenaz, you'll see the same types of mixing. And we're going to get detailed on it. We're going to get detailed because we need to know what's going on here, like where it come from, right? And what happened was that many times they would become one group by the women. And that's very important. That's very, very important, because we can actually note in ancient times, J1-p58 had different women in a later time, but they end up merging. That's very important. Here it is. You can see the same groups that you see here. Now remember, this is talking about different males. So you got your G, a G of a male, your J, right? Your E1B1B. You see those same things here. And understand, when you think about the mixing, that's just what happened. That's just what happened. And that's what we were talking about when we was talking about the Marsh Arabs. The reason why I was showing you that is because also in that time, which is a more older time, that the lineages there are about the same. They're about the same. In fact, that's what they talk about. And we're going to talk about that as well, that the lineages there that we see about the same. I'll let that load in real fast. So you see there's different groups. So J1, E1B1B, You get your different groups and whatnot, your R's and whatnot, G's and stuff like that. Same thing over here. It's saying that the Assyrians that had the same things, your E1B1B, your J's and your L's and whatnot, your R's and whatnot, T's and everything. It's saying that all those things were found in those groups, right? People that call themselves Assyrian, those that call themselves Armenian, those that call themselves Ashkenaz, all those are found in the same groupings. In fact, one of the biggest things about Assyrian and a lot of these groups, they also, of ancient of old, Assyrian admit that they also branch from the Akkadians. That's very important, that they branch from the Akkadians, which was a group that came from the north that basically settled there. I'm going to close this. So I want to show you that. Just some things to show that a lot of them in that land is related. Now, when you're looking at this, you're not looking at one person. You're looking at multiple people, but the groupings are the same by the female lineage. And a lot of times that would happen, especially with the Scythian peoples. We'll talk about that as we get there when I say Scythian, because it gets very interesting on what's really going on when you look at the genetics. So the reason I want to show you that is because I'm going to go down. I just want you to understand that it's true. They mixed with the females and they became one by the women. That's very important. We'll go down a little bit. So you see how it's telling you how they were basically, I'm going to read it a little more. What we was talking about, remember it said the Syrian, Iraqi, the Turkish basically was, correlating basically pretty much. We're matching together, right? They're about related. You can see that remember we was talking about the Armenian, long story short, when we think of the lineages of those who are there, right? Horain and all that. Those ones are going to be highly related as well. Within the Eastern Caucasus language or Caucasian language, they just talk about this language here. I'm not even trying to pronounce it, but you can see right here, this is very important. Obviously, looking at the details is going to give us a clear picture of these things. It's going to give us a details of these pictures. Now, also it's important that they had a displacing policy. I don't know if I want to go into it now, but they did have a displacing policy. There's a couple different, I talked about it yesterday or one of those days before, but for the sake of the live, I'm going to show this. You can see they would move people around. This one, just one of them moving them around, but I'm going to go down real fast because the Assyrians started to speak the language of the Arabs. And it's because the Arabs actually conquered Assyria, and Neo-Assyria was actually ruled by Arabs. A lot of the Arabian lineages were ruling Neo-Hittites, and they were ruling Assyria for a while. But then Assyria got strong and start displacing individuals. I'll show you right here.
Between 810 to 783 BCE. I might add that Adad-nirari III's mother, Sammu-Rahmat, who was likely the inspiration for the tales of the legendary warrior queen, Semiramis, probably had a part in maintaining power for her son. However, Adad-nirari III's reign was the exception. Most of the other kings during this time were considered to be quite weak. It seemed that Assyria was destined to go into rapid decline again until a new king, Tiglath-Pileser III, seized the throne in 745 BCE. Fed up of all of the divisive politics, he clamped down on the power of the magnates and took a more ruthless approach towards his enemies, both foreign and domestic. All who opposed him, if they didn't surrender, were brutally dealt with. Any civilian survivors of his campaigns were deported from their homelands and resettled in other, distant regions. In their place, new settlers from Assyria moved into their homes and occupied what remained of their cities. A good number, if not the majority of these deported peoples, were Aramaean speakers. According to Eckhart Fromm, professor of Near Eastern Languages and Civilizations at Yale University, the aim of these deportations was, and I quote, to destroy the identity of the colonized polities and thus reduce the potential for armed resistance, and to enable the Assyrian king to send large numbers of laborers wherever they were most needed, whether in underdeveloped provinces to do agricultural work, or in the Assyrian capital cities to participate in large construction projects. The deportations of the late Assyrian period changed the ethno-linguistic composition of Western Asia forever, diluting the region's cultural diversity and enhancing the rise of Aramaic as lingua franca.
So you can see what it's talking about there. It's just talking about how basically they had a type of transatlantic slave trade. Basically, they were sending people into captivity. They was causing them to forget themselves. They changed their language to those people who they sent into captivity. And they also took their place. They also took the place where they lived. I don't know if I showed that on here, but that had happened right here where it talked about that. They also, when they took them out of their place, they also inhabited those places. Assyria also inhabited those places that they removed the Arabic lineages from, that they removed the original Arabs from. So they were moving the original Arabs and they were taking those places. That's very important. So they were sending people into a captivity, causing them to forget themselves, and they were taking their language and they were taking their location. That's very important. Doesn't that sound very familiar? There's nothing new under the sun. When you look at the history starts to, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically repeat itself. That's why I started to see over history that many things started to basically repeat itself. And it's very interesting on the way it's doing that. I'm going to close this real fast. So you can see the connection of these areas, a lot of connection in these different areas, as these areas have a lot of connection throughout history. This one, so that's just talking about how the Arabians basically came up there and basically was replacing people and whatnot and was moving things around, long story short. I'll show one more piece here, though. Remember we were talking about the Bronze Age collapse? That was something that also happened during the Bronze Age collapse. The Bronze Age collapse, the Arabs were conquering a lot of their areas, but then the exile came.
Palaces, gardens, an extensive sewer system, and vast quarters for the thousands of workers and slaves who lived there for the sole purpose of maintaining it. According to an uncovered monument known as the Banquet Stele, Ashurnasirpal threw a huge inaugural party in Kalhu where he entertained nearly 70,000 guests for 10 days. Ashurnasirpal's son and successor was also a very powerful king. His name was Shulmanu Asharedu, but he's better known as Shalmaneser III. When he came to power, the Assyrian Empire was the greatest it had ever been up until that point in history. However, those who despised Assyrian rule, and there were many of them, sought to test the new king. In 853 BCE, a grand coalition of states from the Levant formed to oppose Assyrian expansion in the area. It was led by King Ahuni of Bit Adini and also included the armies of Hamath, Damascus, and Israel. In all, 11 kings banded together to fight against Shalmaneser III at what's become known as the Battle of Kakar. Shalmaneser claims that he won, but in reality, it may have been more of a stalemate, since, as far as we know, all of the 11 kings in the anti-Assyrian coalition remained in power. A few years later, several members of the coalition resumed their fight against the Assyrians, while others went their separate ways. This allowed Shalmaneser to ultimately defeat, or at least demand tribute, from all of them. For example, in the case of Israel, its king, Ahab, had been a member of the anti-Assyrian coalition at Kakar in 853 BCE. Barely a decade later, his successor, Yehu, who was actually a usurper, became one of Shalmaneser's vassals. Other kingdoms either made similar arrangements or were washed away by the Assyrian tidal wave. In the end, Shalmaneser's divide and rule policy enabled him to get what he wanted. However, all was not well on the home front. As the Assyrian Empire absorbed new territories into its domain, the political structure of the government had to change.
So notice when you look on the Assyrian fold, every kingdom that you see here, almost every kingdom that you see here, you see how it's bent like that, and all those things. We're going to look at these genetics, and even especially in Sidon. See, some people, when they think about Sidon, they think that they only found 5 individuals. No, they found quite a few individuals, and we're gonna look at those things, and it's gonna be very interesting when we get pinpoint. So we're gonna start getting pinpoint. Now that you see a lot of this history mingling, because I don't want to just tell you these things, I want to show you these things, that the history, that the evidence just in the history is that they're mingled. And a lot of the genetic evidence says that they're mingled. And a lot of individuals that are of them, like Assyrians, a lot of them are honest and say that they're actually all one people, that they would be the same grouping. And in the beginning, they all was like one group of people, the same peoples. Close this real fast. We don't need that. And I'm gonna close this. You don't need that. Always gotta make sure I close stuff so there's not stuff that's extra stuff that's was over here. Close these. All right. So the reason why I want to show you that, just to get you a little history on these things, that these kingdoms, right? A lot of them are heavily mixed. For example, many in the Caucasus have the same genetics. Many in the Caucasus, when I say the Caucasus, that's right here where Georgia is, right? Middle East, Georgia. Many of them have the same groupings, have the same haplotypes. So you can see right here, when I say the same haplotypes, you see that you see this like major, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for when I say this? Major mix. It's like a major mix that they have. Like when I show you this right here, the reason why they're linked like this is because the mothers. It's because the mothers. But we're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at that the line of mothers are related. You probably heard that, like when they say the right of return is based on the mother. A lot of it is because the line of mothers are related, but it is really interesting when you get into the nitty gritty of it. But you can see right here, you have your obviously your similar lineages in many of the groups. For some reason, that's what we just see there. That a lot of these groups, it's just an area of a lot of mingling. You got a lot of mingling in these different areas and whatnot. Obviously, when you think about certain groups, certain ones have more dominant, what's the word I'm looking for? Haplogroups. Like some don't even have E1B1B, but you're going to usually see J in almost every one of them, almost every single one of them in that area. Almost every single one of them in that area. So you can see this is a lineage. We had talked about it before, that a lot of these lineages have that J, especially the J-p58 in them. They have a lot of that in them in those areas. And then following their history, a lot of them are native to that area. A lot of them haven't moved. They would be actually linked to ancient people that wouldn't be Israelites. This is very important. But I would just want to show you that area is full of that mixture. Now let's get a little understanding. So there's a saying. Now all of that shows you was ancient kingdoms up there in the north. What's important about that is that when we look at some of these haplogroups, we're going to see something very interesting. For example, when we think of J-p58, I had talked about it before, right? I had talked about it before that J-p58 is not that lineage. We had did a video, a couple different videos on the Synthetic Sunday. Here's one of them that we had did a video on for what's about to happen. This one we had talked about basically bringing up another geneticist, talking about that he also concluded that they were Turks. You've probably seen this right here.
A subsection of modern Jews, along with many other Middle Eastern peoples, and some Europeans, like Greeks and other Balkan Peninsula folks, and Italians, and even some Spaniards at a low percentage, and even some Indians, all share a common Turkish heritage. They trace.
So if you haven't seen that, it's very deep, but there's something in the description, because sometimes you'll see this weird study that some people try to bring up and try to say, oh, they're in the Middle East and stuff like that. Let me show you something real fast. I'm going to show you something. In fact, Might have to sign in to this little profile. All right, no, I don't. All right, so you can see right here, you probably seen this study is a study about M267. They talk about how it's 9,000 years old, and they say this. They say it's found somewhere. They say somewhere in the Arabian Peninsula, Levant, and southern Mesopotamia. Now, that's important to understand that if they're claiming that it grew up in that area, you got to also look what other geneticists are saying. Do they agree? Do other geneticists agree? This site is actually just filled with multiple geneticists having conversations. Like this person, RCO, this person actually has a study. He has different studies and different things like that. Fine. Right here. Watch what he says right here. And I'm going to show you all three of the studies that he's talking about. He's going to talk about three different studies right here. And these ones was not included in that report. And I'm going to show you the information on them and why they weren't included. So he just talks about when you're a scientist, you must investigate all facts. And if you want to write an article, you must investigate all references. That's obviously true. That is what I teach to my students in my area. Our branches are in ISOGG. And that is one of their references. Because he's talking about the paper that was not actually going over his information. This is not the first time our branch is forgotten or canceled for any reason that we can imagine. When mtDNA created the big, they just say J1-m267 project, this is theirs. It's very interesting. It's a really interesting project. Just going to copy it. In fact, copy that last part too, right here. I end up finding their project, and it's very interesting and very, very complex. Very complex. See, if it's here, might be a little hard to find on this thing. This might take me right to it. But yeah, this, in a way, this kind of it. Yeah, in a way. This is, you see it right here, RCO. You see this person, professor. See, now that's where you got to look for it. Sometimes you can find commentary by professionals, and that's what you want to look for. And he talks about his project that wasn't thrown on there. And I'm going to show you why as we look at the details of it. It actually confirms a few things that we were looking at. Let's go back over here. Or where is that? Right here. So RCO, that's his email. If you want to find out if he's a real geneticist, this is his email right here. Okay, I'm going to show you what he says because you've probably seen it. It's a famous study. Many people had talked about it, but it's missing information. That's why it's saying somewhere is not a full paper. He says his project was not invited to join as part of all existing all those branches. He's basically the reason. I'm going to show you why his branch wasn't there, because for J1-p58 to be Israelites, they can't be anywhere else but the Levant. That's important because Aaron, remember, they're not just claiming to be Dan, or they're not claiming to be Natali. They're not claiming to be Issachar. They're claiming to be Aaron, right? Aaron, we can follow throughout all the biblical documents. We can find out where he's at. So if we find that lineage anytime outside of Levant, and we're talking, when I say this, I'm talking about outside of the Levant in an area that's so far away that the biblical text didn't even speak about it. And we're talking Aaron, who always had to stay at the tabernacle, the sons of Aaron who had to stay at the tabernacle. It's very important. They had to all stay at the tabernacle. If we find them somewhere else, then that would be bad. He just says he paid some people to basically test his tests and whatnot and everything. But this is what he says. You can see the important J1, obviously samples, whatnot, ancient DNA, like these ones still are not in the Y tree, the full tree pretty much. And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what actually is in those studies. We're going to look at those studies more deeper. So first things first, I'm going to go down a little bit. And in fact, let me see what this is. Close that. We don't need that right now. All right. Just gonna go down. So here's some information from a site. It has some very interesting things that said here. I'm gonna click it, and I'm just gonna talk about J1. This is what they found about J1. So they said, so nothing too big. It just tells them that it's found in Kurdistan, right? You think of a Kurd, you think of Kurds. That's where the J actually started off at. Started off where Kurds were. It says found that the greatest genetic diversity of J1 haplogroups was found in eastern Anatolia, right, near Lake Van, in central Kurdistan, right? That's very important. That location is actually very, very important for that area. Just talks a little bit more that it was in a mountain area and things like that. We're not looking at nothing pinpoint yet. We're going to start looking at some things from pinpoint things. But you can see right here, hot spots of J1 in northern Spain. Just talk about some things on them. Appear to be essentially lineages descended from these southwestern Asian Neolithic herders. Okay, let's take a look here. So somehow this lineage was also in Spain. It's very important. So right here just talks about this location, Kurdistan. Where is Kurdistan? Kurdistan is going to be right here. You can see where Kurdistan is. We're going to take a look there. It's just saying that it began there. But remember, what we're looking at is J1. That's going to be basically the older, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not yet P58. We're going to work our way to there, to P58. Just a little history of Kurdistan. Why is it important? It's very important. Let's look at the history of Kurdistan.
Last month, 93% of Iraqi Kurds voted in favor of independence from Iraq. The referendum, however, has been rejected by the Iraqi government. The Kurds are the fourth largest ethnic group in the Middle East, whose population is spread across 3 other nations as well, namely Syria, Iran, and Turkey. Who are the Kurds, and why do they want independence? Let's take you back to the dawn of human civilization to better help understand this tale. The Mesopotamian tribes settled between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and soon planted crops, invented the wheel, and even developed writing. North of these lands stood the mighty mountains of Zagros and Taurus. The ancient Kurdish tribes are believed to have lived on the foothills of these mountains, rearing domesticated animals. In later years, these northern mountain folk would become a part of a series of empires that fought hard battles for the control of these lands. The Sassanids and Byzantines were 2 of the most powerful empires of their time. After years of fighting against the Byzantines, the Sassanids were growing weak. The stage was set for a new power to move in. Islam, with its origins in Medina, was spreading rapidly, and advancing Arab armies soon managed to defeat the Sassanids. The region, along with the Kurds, became a part of successive Islamic caliphates. During this time, the Arabs noticed that the mountainous tribal population spoke a dialect close to Persian and called them Alakards. They were even allowed to set up independent principalities under the sovereignty of the Caliph. By 1055, the dynasty of Oghuz Turks, known as the Seljuks, had managed to wrest political control from the hands of the Caliphate and put an end to Kurdish autonomy. Ahmad Sanjar, the last of the Seljuk monarchs, created a province out of these lands and called it Kurdistan. Salahuddin, a Sunni Muslim of Kurdish ethnicity, was one of the fiercest warriors of his time. At the height of his power, his sultanate included all of Egypt, Syria, and even parts of North Africa. He established the Ayyubid dynasty, and the Kurds flourished under his rule. During the early modern period, the region was divided between the Sunni Ottoman and Shia Safavid empires. They were constantly at war with one another. Of the treaty included an independent Kurdish state. However, this was not to be. An officer in the ranks of the Ottoman army, Mustafa Kemal, organized what was left.
This is just working its way to the modern history of the Kurds. You can see the connection with Armenia. Remember, I was talking about this before, that basically over here, it's important to know that the Gog Turks, when they had basically went through what they went through, the Turks, right? The Seljuk Turks came through this way. The Khazars came through this way and settled here. And Armenia ended up becoming a vassal state with the Khazars and basically merging with them. Now, remember, the Khazars, Leo IV married in on the Byzantines. They all became basically one unit basically. And also remember, they'll be related to the Gog Turks. That's important because that's also contributing to the mingling of the area. But the reason why I'm showing you this is because I'm going to go up a little bit, so I'm not showing this whole thing. Remember, this area was owned by the France. Remember, after World War I, remember, that's important. Britain and France started to own this area. That's very important for what happened with the League of Nations and stuff. Now, right here, I'm going to show you this part.
Reached a peace settlement known as the Algiers Pact. With limited support, the rebellion was crushed soon after, and the Iraqi regime now took control of the northern region after more than 15 years. The Kurds had lost their autonomy. Jalal Talabani, a leader of the Kurds, called Kurdistan. The region would contain 50% of Iraq's oil reserves. Iraq has rejected the idea, calling it a second Israel. Western countries have refused to support the Kurdish independence struggle, saying that it would lead to instability in the already volatile region. Turkey and Iran have rejected the movement strongly, fearing rebellion in their own Kurdish territories. If the Kurds go ahead and declare their independence, would they be able to sustain themselves economically? The army soon managed to defeat the Sassanids. The region, along with the Kurds, became a part of successive Islamic caliphates.
Okay, so the main thing I want you to understand here is that the Kurds, they were a people that were basically in between people. They were like a middle ground. Like we think Armenia and stuff like that, they was a people in between people, right? That's very important because when we actually look at some of these genetics, what's important is, I'm going to read you something. It's just remember what I talked about that saying from the scientists and talk about these groups right here. We're gonna note something very important. So you see what it's saying here is saying that J actually started off around here and then it started to go in different areas. We're gonna look at that because you see this right here. Let me just click this so you can see what's going on here. Just zoom in just so you can see. This, remember, Kurdistan was here. It says that the greatest diversity of the J lineage actually was here. And this groupings of peoples, you'll also see the Scythians were actually moving throughout these times and these peoples. But also we're going to note a J lineage that was also accompanied with them. That's very important. That in the Caucasus, that's where the J is at. So sometimes you see that they say in the Zagros Mountains or in Iran, because this technically is Iran, the Zagros Mountains, or the Caucasus. All these right here, you will see a lot of the J lineage dominating in that area, and not just this area, but all the way over here. That's what I'm gonna show you today, and it has to do with that M lineage, the female lineage. We're gonna talk about that as we proceed. So you can see right here, just showing you a little idea of that. Not get to this yet. Go back here. All right, so now we're going to start getting into some ancient genetics. See why I was showing you all that stuff? Genome-wide ancient DNA from 523 ancient individuals shed light on genetic exchanges between the steppe, Iran, and South Asia. Highlights it's going to be very important. Obviously the histories of two subcontinents, Europe and South Asia. So you can see what's going on there all the way to Europe here and South Asia. Notice this area over here, far out over there. We're going to look at that because that's right here. So what we're looking at here, we're going to look at now some genetics all the way over here. This is the center area. It stretches out over here and it goes out to this way, all the way over here. We're going to look at that. We're going to look at that today. All right, so go down a little bit. All right, so let's see what's going on here in this area. I'm going to open this up to show you what we're looking at. Just to show what this is. So from cell, it says this: a shift of genetic landscape of Western Eurasian steppe associated with the beginning and end of the Scythian dominance. That's very important. Let's see what is it talking about with the Scythian dominance. Remember, if you haven't seen yet, we did a big video on the Scythians and stuff like that. It was a long video. But let's look at some of the genetics that's found in that area. I'm going to click this. So we're going to actually look at the Y chromosome and we're going to look at the female lineage. But right now, we're just going to look at the Y chromosome. I think this has a female lineage too. Yeah. All right, so let's see what we find here. What's interesting about this is that we see in this area with the Scythians. Now, remember, Scythians, that's a European group. You remember we talked about that U5, that we seen in the chat in the Cheddarman. Remember we found that in the European Cheddarman. Remember he had an Y chromosome. That Y chromosome was a European chromosome, right? That's very important. So right here is going to be your MT. Right here is going to be your Y. So you can see, obviously, remember Scythians are R1b and R1a, right? R1b, R1a, right? You can see what's going on there. Notice the J there. J, that's a T female lineage. That's a J. Q, that's going to be really high up. A lot of times you find your Qs over here. So we're getting some connection with some Qs, meeting them down here. That's very important. So you can see what's going on there. Obviously, you got your QR. You got some E2 there, and apparently moving. They actually mixed with European for some reason. E2 ended up mixing with some European. E2. Also got your J1-p58. J1-p58, and look at that mtDNA. Now this is really interesting. What mtDNA does that? What is that? What mtDNA does he have? That's not normal for the Ashkenazi to have that. Why? Because that's an A. Let's look at that A group. A mtDNA. Where did that come from? Just to be more pinpoint accurate on what it is, go down real fast. You can see right here, J1-p58 is related with A23. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see if we can find A23. A23. Mongol. You see what it's saying there? It said A23 is actually a Mongol European lineage. European Asian lineage. And also you can find it in your ancient Scythian, all the way to this area here. All right? See what's going on there? This is just one piece. That's an A. That's very interesting that you find that in that area. In this area. I don't know why it's like that. Trying to find, I don't know why I thought that was a location. All right. So you can see right here, A2, that's going to be your Inner Mongolia. Where is that? Right here. So wait, P58. So why was this not added to the report? Because it has a different mtDNA and it is JP58. That's JP58, the one that they say is Aaron. That has an mtDNA of a different woman. That's very important. This is ancient genetics. We're looking at ancient genetics. That's what we're looking at here. Just to be more exact, what time frame we're exactly looking at. You can see right here, and all this is going to be in the description. I'll show you right here. This is from Cell. These are the studies I'm showing you. I'm going to show you 3 studies that they don't want you to see. I'm going to show you them. So just Scythian. And remember, Scythian, you should know the Scythians, they didn't go past BC, right? It ended BC time, right? We're talking ancient time, right? That's very important that these are older finds, right? You can see right here where it's talking about different things there. Let's talk about the late ages, Neolithic, Copper Age, up to those ages, up to the end of the Syrian, the what's the word I'm looking for? The I get that word, Scythian age, before the Scythian or Scythian, how you say that. After their time, that's when it's all, what's the word I'm looking for? It's all done. It's all done. Everything's done after the end of the Scythian time, right? We're talking ancient time when the Scythians lived. In fact, this just show you a clear or a year summary on that. So you can see this individual, he was talking about some real studies that I end up, looking for myself. What's the word I'm looking for? Right here, all the way to the 9th BC, all the way to its end. I'm not gonna keep looking for it. Basically, the history of the Scythians. It ended about 300 BC. Well, there it is right there. So right there until the 300 BC. That's the time frame when it's talking about the Scythians. It's talking about that time frame. That's very important. So the Scythians, when it's talking about the Scythians, all the way in where the Mongols were, all the way to where the Mongols were, apparently P58 was over here. That's supposed to be Levi of Aaron, of the Jews, right? We supposed to know where they're at. We supposed to know where they're at. You can see what's going on there. Go down a little bit. So Mongol mtDNA noted, right? That's past these areas, right? That's very, very important. And these groups, you can see different lineages there. Obviously, when we said the Scythian group, obviously the R's, you see that majorly there. Mostly R1As here. I didn't see any R1Bs in this group, but mostly R1As. And then obviously your European lineages, except this one. That's Mongol. That's a Mongol lineage. All the way in Asia. It's very important. Right? It's just about truth. It's all about truth. So you can see it talks about some of the movements of the distance. I'm gonna click this and show you. And this is only one study. We haven't got to the deeper ones yet. So you can see right here. This is gonna be basically they moved out this way. They moved out this way. We had talked about that before when I was talking about their ancient genetics. Let me actually open that up. They went out like a wing. They went in different directions in the north. Let me just open up a note here so I can show you the ancient genetics of that group. Right here. All right. I'll let that open. Just close some of these. All right. Let's go back over here. So you see what that individual was saying there? That's very important, what he just said. And obviously some other geneticists, they agree. They know what they know what it's talking about when they talk about this report. A lot of them don't like the report. They say they avoid it or did not want to include. They other ones have their own studies for a scientific or a political agenda. For a scientific or political agenda. I wonder how it says I wonder how in 2021 with high coverage methods they want to investigate a big haplogroup canceling important branches. So why are these not in the report? Why are some of these not in the report? It's because it destroys many concepts that some had wanted to be so, like trying to make J1-p58 Aaron. Doesn't work. See if this loads up. So I can show you the ones on the other wing. There you go. Go down real fast to this little study here. Down here. All right. A little bit. I think it's down a little more lower right here. Yep. Right here. Now, the reason why I want to show you this, you see all these red arrows? Make sure it's the red arrows. Yeah, the red arrows, that's going to show you J1 and P2 locations. J1 and P2 in ancient times in Europe. You see what's going on there? J1. This is ancient times. We're talking 5,000, was it 5,000 BC, 4,000 BC? You can see them. Remember how I showed you that one picture? How it's swerving out like this? And I showed you one all the way over here, all the way to the distance over here. Showed you that. That's very important. I also talk about this in the E1B1B versus E1B1A video. I'll talk about how the J1-p58 is over there, and there's no reason to talk about that anymore because it's all the way over there. It's very important. But today we're going to get pinpoint accurate because this is just one study. This is just one study. So remember we talked about that, the movement of the Scythians. We talked about this when we talked about the Scythians, things like that, just to show that movement. It matches with the Scythians is no doubt. I'll just show right here. You can see this one's okay. See, you see what you're seeing right here on this little map right here. You see how they're right on the Caucasus. That's the modern Turkey, Anatolia, but it goes out like this, and it goes out that way, because that's what the Scythians ruled up there in the north. So you can see right here is a good idea of it. They ruled up here, but apparently it wasn't only ours. It wasn't only our lineage. There was J lineage that was highly dominant in the Scythian groups. So you can see they scanned out this way. Perfect picture right here. They were right here, and they came out here, and they came out that way. That's what we see in the ancient genetics. We see the ancient genetics. You see your J1s all going out. J1 here. You can see them going out. That's one of those things that's going on in those areas. That's why they say they also are found in ancient Italy. Yes, they're found in ancient Italy. I'm gonna go over here, and that's supposed to be Aaron, the line of Levi, supposedly. So I'm gonna close this. Go down a little bit. All right, so here's something I'm gonna show real fast. Just make sure this is the one. Yep, I already got this open over here. All right, so let me show you something. This is gonna be ancient genetics. If I recall, the formation of human populations in South and Central Asia. So the formations of sensor populations in South and Central Asia. I'm gonna open this. I had it open earlier, but I closed it. All right. Let me just close this. All right. So I'm going to show you what you actually see here in these lineages over here. I'm going to show you something. Let me just go over. I'm trying to see how you go over on this thing over here. All right. Just making sure there's nothing over there. Should be good right there. All right. Just looking here. Okay, so sometimes on these, they have these bottom parts right here, and they have tabs with multiple different things. I'm just going to go to tab 1 right here. All right, so this is going to give me the haplogroups. So we're going to get these dates on some of them, and we're going to look at what's found there. So we're going to have some really interesting stuff that's found there. So first, let's look at the DNA. Your mtDNA and your y-DNA, right? You got your y-DNA, and you're going to have your mtDNA. Now, what's important is Asia. When we're saying Asia, we're also talking Anatolia, all those things. You know what else you're going to see in this time? They're going to throw the Natufian on this. So here's the Natufian. What's interesting about the Natufian, at early stages, they had different lineages. Like you see your H's and your J's and stuff like that. They had different lineages at early times. I talked about that before, that the later Natufian, or what they call Natufian, or a branch from them, because remember, E1B1 is Natufian. E1B1 is where E1B1A comes from. But you can see in Israel. Israel. What lineages are those? West Asia, Israel. Let's go over here. You can see right here. You can see your E1B1, your CT, your E1, your E lineages. So you see what's going on there. E1B1B. That's very important. But we're going to keep on scanning down. So this has actually quite a lot on this thing. It's easier to scan through on your phone. So you can see sometimes you see that K with the E1B1B. See what's going on there. Some T with your CT. See what's going on there. Very important. Very, very interesting to see. Some of those things are very, very interesting to see. See your U5. Remember we talked about that I2. That's probably Cheddar Man. That looks like it's most likely Cheddar Man. I'm guessing Europe. So yeah, that most likely is Cheddar Man. That location. Yeah, that's probably Cheddar Man. Doesn't really say, but it looks like it. You got the Y chromosome that matches and everything, and the female DNA that matches. Go down a little bit. So we're getting some very interesting lineages here. Keep going. There's another E1B1B with a T. What's going on there? Go down. Because it's actually important to know that there is also a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? Arabs, E1B1B, they looked Caucasian. They looked white, but they were E1B1B, right? What they call African, but it's not African. It's not an African lineage. It's actually, as you see, only in ancient times found in Israel, the E lineage. Let's go down a little bit. So you just got your U5s. I was talking about that. It just found others with U5 and I lineage and everything. That's important for a later thing I want to show. Because we're going to look at sidon, and I'm going to show you what actually, because some think we only have a small piece on sidon, but no, we have a lot of individuals that are at sidon. So CT, right? CT breaks into DE and CF, right? Remember that. CT, when you ever see CT, that's the root. That's some of the root lineages. Those are the ones that break into your CF and your DE lineages. This one's E. I don't know what it is, but it just says E. But it's with U8. U8. That's actually, you see K right there. K actually is inside of U8. K is of U8. In female lineages, K is of U8. So that's really interesting. Go down a little bit. You can just see, we're just seeing some of the lineages there and everything. Nothing yet too surprising, as all is what it is. You got your J1, got J1 there with a T. Nothing major. I'm not going to scan on this thing for too long. I'm just going to pull down and everything. You got your J's there and everything. Just going to go a little down. You see your E1B1B. They couldn't find a female that was connected with that, but you got your E1B1B over there. And this thing is interesting too because, it tells us where they're from. This is far as well. A lot of E1B1B, I talked about it before, reached. You can see this area right here. I'm just going to copy the name just to show you. Maybe I could just show you with this map. Maybe there's a way I can just throw it on here. And this is the location right here, E1B1B here. And then we can also note the date, if it's there, how old is it? We can go over 2000, 3000, 3000 to 2000 BC. So you see what's going on there? So we can see when that was there. So E1B1B, 2300 BC. Obviously, understand the biblical narrative. You got to understand whenever you go over these ages. You got to know that some are going to be exaggerated. That's just how it's going to be. Just know that it means it's ancient times. Whenever you see anything past 2000, it means it's ancient times. It means really ancient. So E1B1B up here, right? Why do they keep saying it's African? I don't understand why they say it's African. It's ridiculous. But let's keep looking. I'm gonna go back over here. All right. So, and this is we're not even touching the iceberg yet. Just to let you know. But we're just looking at some of the genetics there. All right. Just gonna go down. You got a J, but you don't see the female what it's connected to. Some A lineages connected with some. What's interesting is this is really interesting. You see this A? That's a Hamite. You see this N? You see this A with this J, and you see this A with this N. That Hamite would be Caucasian. You hear what I'm saying? In fact, let me show you something. I talked about it before that we got Hamites that look Caucasian. That's very important. That's really interesting because I talk about it all the time that pigmentation is not a representation of people. Pigmentation doesn't represent people. But let me show you something. If you already seen this, then amen. But I'm going to show you this because I think it's really interesting. I found this when I was doing a Gog and Magog note, and I just do it on there. Sometimes I find some interesting finds, so I just throw it on there randomly. But it makes you think. It opens up your mind to think of these things. Like what don't when you think Hamite, don't think just black all the time. But look at this right here. This is a A1. He's A1 is a very rare and high specific to West Africa, right? A Hamitic lineage, but this individual is Caucasian. That's really interesting. So sometimes you can see someone would be a Hamite, but would look Caucasian. Really interesting. Even this whole story where he says it's not even like a sign of it. Like, how is it that possible? Like, he's all the way in England and things like that. He's all the way in up there. So it's things like that can be really interesting. Just wanted to show that real fast. So you will have an A lineage, an A and B. See B lineage right there with that R, European, but with a Hamitic lineage. So RT or A, you see that A and A right there, right? M, N, and L. M, N, and L. L is your, sometimes you don't even find an L sometimes. Very rare to find an L. Your A right there. So this one's Q. That's expected. A Q with an A, right? A Q Y chromosome and an A mtDNA. That's because they're all the way in Mongolia, right? Q. I said that before, that they're all the way up there in the top. We'll go down a little more. See if we find something here. CT with the H. So a lot of times the E lineage and CT and those ones, they had H. Really interesting. It's really interesting. Something definitely to look more into. The H lineage. To your E, sometimes with T. Take note of these things. Really interesting. Right? Your E1B1B. So they will look European. You got your E1A or E1A. That's important. I met a brother that was E1A. And that's going to be your H2, just like with your E1B1 had. Some of the E1B1 had H's. So something to think about. Go down a little bit. Your E1B1B with a female lineage of M. That's really interesting. Female lineage of M there. Then you see some with U8. Remember, I'll talk about how K is in U8. Also M. It's really interesting. Your E1B1B with M. Now that's interesting because we're going to look at something with M. M was the one that we was just talking about earlier that actually started off in India. So that means some E lineages actually reached India. That means from supposed Africa, the E lineage reached women in India and came back. But we know that everyone started out here. This is where people started out. And the Arabians were actually here. And they can easily travel to India. It's no problem. They would have no problem traveling to India. But remember, like we had looked at, the E1B1B, those are the original Arabian lineage. Go down a little bit. So you can see, again, E1B1B with some H's. And remember, this note is going to be in the description, and you can look at these things yourself if someone's curious on them, and just bring in the finds. Some of these finds are more rare than they seem. So you can see right here, 9. Look at that, E1B1B, 900 BC, 800 BC, found in where is it found? Let's see where it's found. Let me just make sure I'm looking at the right one. Sometimes with me, I always put the one I'm looking at the bottom. I'm going to put that one right there so that it's all lined up. Pakistan. Found in Pakistan. Pakistan, 900 BC. Right there. 900 BC, Pakistan. See what's going on there? See? Just talk about some of those things. Talk about grave that was there. What he found. Go back to mtDNA right here. All right. Let's keep going. Bring this up some. All right. So your DNA is over there. His location. I just moved this over so that we can see the location Won't show the years at the same time, but you can see the country. These will be country, and then this will be your mtDNA, and this will be your Y-DNA. So you can see your E with the H. You can see got some different lineages there and whatnot. These are ancient genetics. These are going to be ancient genetics. South Asia, Pakistan, M with the E. Remember, we had looked at that M. That's what that first study that I was showing a little earlier. Right here, it had talked about how some lineages have reached over here and brought. This is actually where your M comes from. The M lineage of the women of the M lineage comes from. They come from India. That's what we was looking at a little earlier. And that's why we was going over the history, because you can see how many people are all spread out throughout this area, right? Very interesting. I think it's something that, once you see all these things, but we want to find that P. You can see another A with the H. You can see what's going on there, right? Couldn't tell you exactly how someone with the H will look, right? How the women 100% will look. Maybe we'll do something on that. So you can see some E with some N, right? M, N, and L. M, N, and L. Your L, they try to say, that's the darker skin races. And then your M, it's kind of like your M is like your like I said, remember the M is more the Asian, and then your N is going to be more European. Ending on an N. You got your J1 connected with M39. Now, notice that none of these are E1B1A. Why? Because if you was to find E1B1A in a far continent, then that would be very bad for E1B1A. Because E1B1A is the Israelites. They actually would never had left the Levant. They stayed around the Levant and went down into Africa when they went into Egypt. It's important. So you can see some, now they're just missing the Y chromosome there, sometimes like that. But you can see, different lineages in different times. So the reason why I want to show you that, because I thought that was interesting. I just want to show you when connecting the female lineages and the male lineages, there's some interesting things to see. And in far countries, in ancient times. So now let's get to some really interesting studies. I'm going to show you some really interesting ones. So here's one. This is going to talk about, this is really important because J1-p58 is some of the oldest finds is found in this cave here. I'll show you here. Just ancient Georgia. You can see right here. Where's Georgia? Right? Georgia. Not in America, but here. That's going to be the homeland of the J lineage. That's the homeland of the J lineage. That's actually the homeland of it. So you can see what's going on there. Just talks about that's where they found some lineages is there, whatnot. I'll just show you real fast. Close this. And we don't need this. Or this. Or what is this? Just looking here. What is this? Oh, this is the thing. I'm going to close this. In fact, it's looking here. That's that one that we had looked at. Remember, we was looking at that. In fact, I'll just leave it here. We was looking at that P58 being with a certain A lineage right there. Very interesting. Right? That's not it. We're not, remember, Arabs, they'll stretch out in different areas, but Aaron should be in one place. Aaron should not be in different places. I'm gonna go down. See right here. Here's a little information. Just a little information right here where it's talking about haplogroup K3 and Y chromosome J1. Just talks about those. That's the individuals that were found in that cave, right, in the Caucasus. And also, I was talking about this before, and apparently the K I don't know what to say about it, but apparently the U8 bringing the K apparently is where that Neanderthal DNA comes from. It say from about 1.1 to 7. I mean, 1.7 to 2.4. Says individual DNA was Neanderthal in origin. So just some interesting things. So it seems it's between J1 and K, where Neanderthal DNA comes from. So that's ancient European lineage that's found in them. Well, they say European because they're mostly Neanderthals found in Europe, things like that. But they say 9,000 BP. No, long time ago. Long story short, long time ago they found that genetics. So very, very interesting to note that real fast. Very, very interesting. When seeing that, I'm going to show you now. This is just a little thing. Nothing too serious. Just ancient genetics found. Right when you're thinking J lineage, they're not native. When I say native, they're not mainly native to the Levant or to Mesopotamia. Right, you can find them in Mesopotamia, but they're also found in Russia. They're also found in far areas. Right, Russia. That's 6,000 years ago. Right, did Abraham's lineage get to Russia in ancient times? No, that's one of those things. You see these locations here. Spain, you got some right here. Mongolia, right there. So you got some in Mongolia. You can see different lineages. You can obviously find them. We're going to talk about the one that's found in Israel. That's going to be the one in Sidon. That's very important. In fact, what's interesting about this study, some people try to pull up this study and don't really know genetics that well. Let me show you this study. This is just right here. It's not hard to find. Comes up really easy. See what it's saying right here? It just talks about this little study right here, and it says a major branch of P58. It says evolved during this area, and they'll say somewhere in this area. They'll say that it developed somewhere there. It's because they're leaving out information when they're saying somewhere, because they say pinpoint, then people will be very upset if they said somewhere. So they said somewhere. That's wide. That's very massive to say. Either in the Levant or the what's the word I'm looking for? The Levant or in Mesopotamia or in Arabia. In the same quote, in the same study, let's see if this one has it on it. In the same study, in fact, let me find one a little more with the whole details. I'm not gonna try to. This one I try to avoid PubMed or PubMed because that one sometimes you gotta buy your way through it. Here's one from Nature. On this same study where they talk about where it could have rose up at, on the same study, they say something very important. I'm going to show you something. It has to do with the fossils. Because you want to make sure a study is showing you actual fossils. I think this one. Let me see. Where is it? Where it talks of it. Let's see. I might just click one on here. Let's see. This one's probably missing it too. Let's see which one. Oh, right here. That wasn't even it. Here it is right here. See right here is the one that's talking about it. Where it's talking about P58. And then it says 9,500 years ago. Let me show you something. On this same report, this is what they say. Now remember, this report is missing information and many geneticists know it. Let me show you something that they say here. Let's move. Let me see. So that's an region, human fossil. See where is that? Otherwise, I'm not gonna keep looking for it. I want to show you this piece. It's a period spanning. That was okay right here. You see what it said right here? Watch what it says here. Haplogroup J1A1 P58 in ancient populations was found only. Note this, was found only in the Bronze Age Levant. That's important. That's very important. Why is that important? Does that sound like that's Israel? That only J.P. 58 during the Bronze Age was only found in this one area of the Levant. That's important. Why is that important? Because if you know the study, you know what it's talking about. In fact, we got another piece to the study. We'll go up real fast. Here's the other piece to the study. Right up here. This is from NCBI. This is what they found out, that haplogroup J was absent in all Natufian and Neolithic. Why is that important? Neolithic male individuals. Why is it important that they're not in Neolithic male individuals? They're not in any individual that would be in the Levant during the time that Abraham, Isaac, Joseph, all of them was there in that time. But the J lineage would have came there. That means they wouldn't even be Arabs. That means they can't be the Israelites or the Arabs, because they only got there during the Bronze Age, but they're found in other places, in different locations. But only in the Bronze Age. That's why it says, watch what it says here. Watch what it says here. That haplogroup J was absent in all Natufian and Neolithic Levant male individuals examined thus far, but emerged during the Bronze Age in Lebanon and Jordan, along with ancestors related to the Iran Chalcolithic area. And it talks about all 5 sidon BA individuals, because that's what it's talking about. The ones in the Levant are the ones found in Sidon. That's very important. We're going to look at that. We're going to also look at the sidon genetics. It's not just 5. There's multiple individuals that's found there. But that's very important to understand, that the J lineage is only found in that time in those groupings of the sea peoples. It's very important to understand when we look at those things. Make sure to look at those things very carefully, very, very carefully, to look at those things with the sources. See what it has there. You can pull up them and go to the fossils, because don't let them throw out guesses and stuff. Go to the fossils and find out what fossils are they talking about. So, and I'm going to show you some things with the fossils, and when they say recent African origin, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you some things with the lineages. You're going to find some things in the LP58 you would never thought you would have found in LP58. Go down a little bit. So the reason why I want to show you that, because I just want to leave this here, because I just want to show you that they come from multiple different places, right? Mongolia, different areas and whatnot, different places, right? But that's just a tip of the iceberg. All right, so let's talk about this now. Right here, this is going to be something from Howard Education. And if you have any questions, beloved family, let me know as we do this. Okay, so we had talked about this, remember, formation of South Asia and stuff like that. Remember, we had talked about this. The reason why I showed you that, because all those haplogroups that I showed you on this, I wasn't just showing you a random, I don't know, I guess I closed it. On that information, on those genetics, right? It basically looked like this, but it was on that green thing. But this is what it was. All those haplogroups that I was showing, that long list. The reason why I was showing that is because that's the same groups. That's the same groups. Actually, the studies are connected. The studies are connected because it finds something profound, something very profound, and we're going to talk about. Very, very profound. So it just talks about that study. That's going to have some information to that. And let me open this. All right. So that's just a data sheet. Also, I'm not going to try to pronounce this Koi Kokars or stuff like that. Also, all these ones from the Chalcolithic Turkmenistan samples, where you can see right here, these are going to be of J.P. 58. That means J.P. 58 actually comes from the lineage that's found here. And what lineage, what people, what is it talking about that's found here? I'm gonna show you something. It's basically saying J.P. 58. You actually put right here. Maybe I can find it on the map real fast. Let's see. It's basically long story short, it's basically right here. That's what it's saying. It's saying that basically your J1-p58, actually this is his homeland. This is basically what his homeland is. What it's saying. Long story short. Close this. But back over here. So it's just saying almost all these were samples were saying basically they all was this. Just above J1-p58, a lack of Levantan Neolithic ancestry in these individuals could point to an Iran or Caucasus origin for their entire J1. You heard what I just said? I want you to understand what I'm saying here. Because they found this branch that breaks into this branch, that's native, that every single J1 is in this area, which is not this area, but in this area, which understand that's a major distance. That's an extreme distance. We're talking major distance, right? We're talking from here to here. How far is that? I don't know. How do you check? I don't know how you use this thing, to be honest with you. I know I use it on the maps, but not on this thing. Let's see. Where's the information to it? Press enter to save line. There. Okay. I just want to see how far it is. Can you tell me how far it is? Let's see. All right. Well, I can put it on a map real fast and do that to find out how far it is. Sometimes it just tells you, but maybe 700 kilometers. Is that what that is? Maybe it is. Let's delete it and see if that's what it is. No, I don't know. But that's really far, right? That's really far. I don't know why. I don't know how to work this thing, to be honest with you. These all I do is look up stuff on maps. I don't know how to do all the extra stuff. But on the maps, I know how to do that on the Google Maps. But here to here, right? Someone can do that real fast. Someone can do that math real fast. Just you can even just go here to Kuwait, right? Or not even Kuwait. Let me zoom in to get a more fair location. Because remember, it's saying that it got it from up here to here, right? That's where Israel was. This is the borderline. They're past the borderline. The genetics are past the borderline. Let me show you. I'm not the one that's saying this. This is a quote. I'm going to show you where this quote is at. Let me show you something. At least I think it's from this. It's from this one or the note underneath it. Yeah, it might be from the note underneath it. Right here. Let me show you something real fast. If this one's it. See if I find it. Where is it? Let me see what exactly is that. Or maybe I'm not pulling it out from where it is. Let me just do this. Sometimes it's easier just to retry to grab the source. I know it. Let me see. It was from here. All right. So right here, it's just this is the source that they were using, but the piece, I'll just put a piece on this thing. Right here. All right, so you can see what it's saying about this paper, about the finds on these papers and everything. Just talks about basically this sub branch of this right here that basically breaks right before this one. And remember we was talking about how it wasn't in the Neolithic Levant. That's very important. It wasn't found in the Neolithic Levant. It says the lack of Levantan Neolithic ancestry in these individuals could point to an Iranian or Caucasus origin for this entire branch of J1, right? That's very important. That's just a piece, though. this is obviously a piece of some things. And always remember, you can always confirm these things, double check to verify by breaking down the branch yourself, and you can see it yourself and see the study yourself. You can see the information. And they say that this actually is the homeland of it. This is right here is the homeland. This is actually would be the homeland of J1-p58, actually came from there. It's very important. Otherwise, you got people from Sidon that settled from Sidon. But you can see right here, here's that paper. Here's the table from this paper. You can see right here, what is it talking about? You can see your J right there, and it's gonna be right there. It just talks about there's 5 of them. It's just one of the pieces of some of that paper. Obviously, you know, if you want to get to nitty-gritty of the paper, I also got the link here, right here, where you can see yourself and get deeper into it on it. But let's keep going, because you can see we're going to get closer to the pinpoints of stuff. But here's also where it's talked about right here. It's got that little map right there. Just talks about right here results from these places, these sites that J company doesn't want to reveal, doesn't want to be on that paper, doesn't want to talk about, because what it does to the facts, right? That's very important. It says, in fact, that these lineages that actually break into the P58, just talks about to which our family, I'm not going to try to pronounce that, also belongs and is more numerous on a global scale, P58. You can also click it and go through it and stuff like that. For example, I'll just click it just to show, for the sake of the live, to show what's on there. So it's meat. This is meat that someone that knows about it can dig in. Otherwise, I'm telling you right now that P58 is found in areas that are not Levantan. It can't be Israeli. There's no way that is Israeli. It's important to understand. There's no way. Based on the information, based on all the things that are found, and just going over the information itself. But let me see. Let me go to that. I think it's up here. Let me see where that screenshot was. I got to find that map right there. You can see the tree. Here's the tree right here. You can see where it's just talking about some things. You can see this lineage. You got a lot of the people in China. They got a lot of them in different areas and different things like that. That's very important. Just talks about the roots, and then obviously got the ages on them for those things. Just to get a little idea there. Close that. And they also talk about, you know, where they came from right here. So you can see this will be the area. And it goes into, you know, what's going on there and everything. So it got your haplogroups on there. I want to kind of just type it down and find it. Probably not. I'm not going to try to look for it right now. But you can see this is where they would come from. Obviously, these are going to be some things where the studies are. But I'm going to show you something a little more interesting. Something a little more interesting. So that's obviously, you can see those lineages. Those are going to be all the way in Turkestan, right? The area where the Turks first came from, right? When we talk about the Gog Turks, Mongolia, things like that, they were over here. It's very important. Go down a little bit. Okay, so here's that place. We're going to look a little into this. So you can see there's some others talking about these things. I'm telling you, there's a lot of meat out there because a lot of things aren't being put out in the public, but the information is there. See what I'm saying? Like the information is there to go over these things. But let me show you something real fast. Here's something, this study right here. I'm gonna read what it says. It says, meanwhile in Megiddo, exploring just basically what's going on in some of the places of some of these cavemen and whatnot. But I'm going to show you what's going on here. I'm just going to show you what's going on. I'm going to read it. All right, so this is what it says. J1-p58 just talks about this. Things begin to take a more solid shape with J1-p58, where the findings place the cohort's, what am I saying, a cohort, most probable ancestor just north, right, of the Tigris Mountains in the Kanya Plain of South Anatolia, and it's a 13 BC. In a culture of Anatolian hunter-gatherers closely related to, you say, these ones, droid, whatever that is, the Zors, hunters, probably, I'm not trying to pronounce that. But you can see right here, recently discovered temple. You can see at this certain area right here, this little area. We're going to look at this area here. So this is actually, the reason why I'm showing you this is because this is a stepping stone to what came next, what's coming next. So this is just a little piece for some things for what is going to come next. All right, so just talks about some of the oldest JM267 samples. Just talks about that they were in Georgia, right? Found in the Caucasus. We're talking in the Caucasus, right? Georgia, Caucasus Mountains. It's way past the Mesopotamia. That's Georgia. It's very important. A lot of times you'll see people try to squeeze Georgia down into Mesopotamia when they start saying the north of the Zagros Mountain, not south of the Zagros Mountain, but north of the Zagros Mountain in the Caucasus. Is very important when touching on these things. But we're going to look at this. You see this lineage right here, UUS001. We're going to look at that. We're going to look at what's going on with that, because that's the lineage that's going to bring some very interesting understanding to something. Let me go back over here and show you something. So remember how we was over here, we was talking about how the M lineage, right? The M lineage was actually a lineage of individuals that came from India. That's very important. That's what we're going to see here. So J1 branch, we're going to talk about this. So here it just talks about ancient samples. It says, in J1A line, there are several ancient samples from well outside of the Near East as well. So let us know there's many of them well outside of the Near East. This is another study right here. Hails from Mongolia in around 2750 BC. So it's letting us know that J lineage it reigned in Mongolia. Here's another study we were looking at, 1 and 2. It just talks about that this was also found, and remember that was Turkestan, in the area of where the Turks were, and 3150 BC was discovered in right here, Turkmenistan, right? Go down a little bit, you can see, and are associated with, and you can see right here, just talk about this culture. We're going to look at this culture right here. We're going to look at this culture because that's also very interesting to see. I'll click up here. I'm going to go to that one down there real fast after I click this. So this is what we're going to be looking at in this little picture here. Ancient DNA analysis of 8000 BC, Near Eastern farmer support, and early Neolithic pioneer maritime colonization of mainland Europe throughout Cyprus and Aegean Islands. Okay, that's going to be important for this paper. So this paper, now this one was important right here. This one is actually the one that I was looking for. And what it's actually talking about is the female lineages. And if you notice over here, I already talked about this in Tel Halula. Tel Halula, that's where you find your L3, right? L3, you can see in Tel Halula. But that one is a different subject. Go down. Before I couldn't find it, but I guess it's right there. So remember we was talking about the Marsh Arabs. We're not going to go over it again, but they was very mixed. The Marsh Arabs had a lot of mixed culture. That's why we want to see who is from where, who is from what, but focusing on J2, right? Because they got all these. They got H, T, R's, L's, J's. So just because they're found just because you see a lineage here, you got to find out if they're more in a different area. You got to find out if that's where they are. What's really their homeland, right? What's the real homeland of them, right? Very important. And remember, the E lineage, there's no ancient fossil outside of the Levant. That's important to understand. The oldest fossils of the E lineage is in the Levant. Unlike any other fossil, most fossils are found outside. So that, remember we talk about this, the Tigris and Euphrates and everything. We talk about those lineage and everything, and whatnot. Go down a little bit. Now we're going to talk about this real fast. I'm going to show you something now. Let it open up real fast. No. All right. Go back over here. So I'm going to show you what I'm going to show you now. So what I'm going to show you now is a little information to some peoples, and this is going to be the first page. It's going to tell you what peoples we're looking at. In fact, I wonder would it have that page over here. Now this is where it's going to get kind of interesting. We're going to look at some first page of a summary. You can see what you got here. This is going to be individuals from certain time frames. You're going to get some from the Bronze Age all the way up to the late medieval age. And it's going to be different individuals here that we're going to look at. And there's one type of individual we want to look at first. So you see your Y-DNA, your mtDNA. We just want to find J1-p58. So now notice these individuals. This is actually going to be those right here, ancient individuals in Mongolia, right? A total of 200 individuals, obviously getting a little test on them. So Mongolia is going to be individuals from Mongolia. These are expected lineages. Your A's, your D's, your M's, your C's. These are expected lineages in Mongolia. Just going to go down. Sometimes you got some European ones, the T a little bit. N is European. E1B1B in Mongolia, but with a U2, right? Very interesting. U2, those are going to be European. So probably Scythian reaching all over there, but apparently the E had called a ride. We had talked about that before when I said that E1B1B was ruling in the north. It's basically spreading out different areas, getting a lot of reach. You can see these Mongolian lineages. You see right there, D4 with a J lineage. That's an ancient J. That's very important. Go down a little more. Just to like show also. I don't know if I can scroll over on this or it just zooms in. We don't want to do that. I'm just going to keep scrolling. You can see your J right there. Remember I told you about that U5 that was found with Chatterman. U5. Remember, U5 was up in the north. We had talked about that, right? The J actually has some connection in Finland, and Chatterman was over here, but the U5 ended up also being in the J lineage. It's important. So that's a European lineage, the female lineage, U. You go down a little bit. There's another J1 with an H. You can see what's going on there. It's not what we're looking for, though. You can see the J2 with a D. It's very important. J2 with a Y. That's really, really interesting. You can see with a Z. That's going to be a JM267. That's going to lead to J1-p58. So with a Y there, that's really interesting. Let's look at that. mtDNA Y1A. You see right here? Or let's just, I'm going to close this and well, I'll go and see if it's on my note right here. At least it should be. What's this? Oh, it's just trying to open something. Close that. Right here. So let's see, where's your Y? See your Z right there? Remember I told you about your M, your M, N, and L. This one's not that clear to be able to discern it. You see your M your N and L. You see your Z right there? So it's gonna be where you see your M. So you see your C's, your M's. These are gonna be your D's. Those are gonna be those that you should see in the Asian area, right? Remember, when we say the Asian area, we're talking those lineages will be India, over here Mongolia, and also right here Oceania. So these areas over here. So that's where you find mostly those lineages over here, the Turkestan. But why? I actually am not familiar with. So let's look it up. Haplogroup mtDNA Y. North, obviously right here. You can see in your Northeast Asia. So that's just that's actually under, it says it's under N. So that one's gonna be under N. So that would be a European lineage. That would be a European lineage that's also spread out all the way to Oceania, which is very interesting. All right. Let's open this back up and keep going as we're looking for J1-p58. So you got some more Y, you got some right here N, you got Y, you got B. No, that's something. Go down a little bit, and your B, just to show that with the right here, right there. B is under, so N, that R right there is just under N. It's just a lot of branches that come from R. So N, and then underneath that is your U's and K's, and then you have your B right there. That's going to be European lineages right there. Go right here. All right. Now, you can see right here, here we are. You got your J2 with a D, and then notice this right here. You got your, remember, this is Mongolia. This is ancient Mongolia, and that's very important. These are going to be ancient Mongolia, later time individuals. So right here, just letting us know about these individuals and everything, that these individuals will be a group that would be in ancient Mongolia. So it's very important. Did we ever get Levi, the son of Aaron, going into Mongolia? You see what's going on there? That D5. Now, isn't there a law that says, right, in the biblical narrative, that Aaron had to have a certain line of women? Why is it that we're finding different P58 with different women, especially some that's really far away in the location? It's not like the women came to them. They're there. The male is there. The women are in the right place, but the male is not where he should be. He's supposed to be in Israel, but he's not in Israel. That's very important. So let's keep on going, because we're just scratching the surface still. We're still scratching the surface. So note, the J family isn't exclusive to Israel. That's important. The J family is not exclusive to Israel. See, we just looking at these, right? These are just this is screenshots of it all, right? We just looked at that J1-p58 with that D5. Now, what's interesting about D5, I had talked about it before when I was talking about those that go into America. The D lineage went across the seas, right? The D lineage went across the seas. That's one of the lineages that actually technically went into America. Some of the lineages that end up traveling all the way to America, mainly D4 and things like that. Some of them, but those ones are more Oceania. So you can see some of them had actually crossed over above and crossed over into America. We know because they're haplotypes. Q, they mainly got Q there and R's, but their mtDNA, remember A, B, C, D, those are going to be your X. Those are going to be obviously your female lineages that were in more of this part of Asia, these parts of Asia. Some that crossed over in the area. That's very important. So just truth. You can see what's going on there. It's just interesting to see that D5 connected with this one. right? That's very important and very interesting. And remember, that's that UUS001, Middle and Late Bronze Age. And we can note where it's from. I'm going to show you the real location of where it's from. J1-p58, all the way in the Bronze Age. Bronze Age. The Bronze Age, right? What is the Bronze Age? That's supposed to be the age where Israel, Judah, Levi is all there, right? What is a J1-p58 doing in Mongolia in the Bronze Age? Think about that. That's very important. Very, very important to understand. J1-p58 in the Bronze Age with a D5. J1-p58. He didn't travel there with Israel. You see what's going on there? These are lineages that were there. See what's going on there? We can look up D5 too, just to get a little idea of it. I don't know if I put it here on this thing. No, I probably got to click it. I'm just going to show you real fast, just to show that. I'm going to close this and that and this, as is getting a lot of here. Let's just look it up. mtDNA 5. And here you go. I'll show you real fast just to confirm who it is. I'm just go to the one on Wiki, get a clear understanding on it. Right here of the D group. Obviously, no Asia. Here's just where it is of D5. Go down. There it is. D5. D5 is mainly found in East Asia, and South Asia, especially in China, Korea, and Japan. It does not appear to have, you can see it had no migration to Americas. So the D5 is the one that didn't migrate to Americas. But the D4 is the one that migrates to America. So it's related to these ones that went over, D2 and D4, different ones like that. It says it doesn't appear that it went over. It's very important. But it is related to those ones. It is related. So you can see what's going on there. And remember, this is female DNA. That's female DNA. Very, very important to understand. Very, very important to understand. So you can see different lineage of the U5, and that's in the P58. That's found in the P58. Bronze Age, P58. And the location, I'm gonna show you the pinpoint of that location, because you see what I was showing you with that right here, that UUS001, what's going on there? You see what's going on right there? This one right here. I'm going to show you that place. But first, let me show you something while I'm showing you that UUS01 type thing. Because of, let me see where it is, right here. So you can see what's going on right there. Remember, we was talking about that. We was talking about how J1 line, there are several ancient samples let me read that one more time. Remember, this J1 of M267 says, in the J1A line, there are several ancient samples from well outside of the Near East as well, right? Just talks about those locations, and some that hail from Mongolia and some of these areas that's from Turkestan and things like that. And then the one from UUS001. That's the one we're looking at now, that we just looked at, that has J1-p58. J1-p58. The one that they say that is the Ashkenazi lineage. So you see right here, J1-p58 with a D lineage of the female lineage. It's very important. Mongolia, right? Not the lineages that you see today, right? Not the lineages that you see today, because remember, the lineages that I'm showing you aren't the original lineages of the ones that are said today that is about the mother, right? They say it's about the mother, but I don't think they had the same mother throughout all time. So I'm going to show you something right here. I'm going to show you again the female lineages of the Ashkenazim. You can see right here. You can see these lineages. So this one has a lot, but I'm going to show you the main lineages they say was the lineages of Israelites, which we found out was European. Remember that U5 was going on there? Your M, your N, you got your K and your J's and things like that. And this is your mtDNA. What is the D on this? No. And one of the things that we need to understand is that we haven't even touched the tip yet. We're getting to the tip of the iceberg. We're getting to the tip. But let me show you where this lineage is from, just so I can show you the location of this exact lineage that we're looking at here. So this lineage, which is this one right here, I'm going to show you a little history of it. I'm going to show you some meat right here and right there.
It's impossible. Most, the most you can see. But in central Mongolia, you can see the thousands of the horse mounts next to the Hirksur and their stones. Hirksur is, which is it's a big burial mound, very high mound with circle or the square fence around it, enclosure. And then two types of, the ritual structure I mentioned with their stone. It's same ritual activity they made, near the Hirksur site in burial mounds. But in central Mongolia, Hirksur, their stones are located usually separate in each other. They're not closely related like in Altai area. They different location they have. But where it's not too close each other, maybe you can see this big burial mound, and maybe after 2 kilometers you can see a bunch of their stones in different locations. And so the bunch of also the horse sacrifice and the stone rings. This Hirksur has almost 1,700 horses sacrificed on the single burial mound in late bronze.
So just to get an understanding, that's a place in Mongolia where they were sacrificing horses. Long story short, that's just basically what that was. There was a place in the Bronze Age Mongolia where they were sacrificing horses. So now let me show you something. Here's just a little information because we're gonna go and we're looking at D. Remember, what's the main haplogroups that's found in them? We're gonna look at something here. It's gonna be really interesting. So you see that tiny portion? That's very important, that little tiny portion, because we're going to see something in the ancient times. So I clicked something here. I'm going to show you. Okay, so haplogroup D likely arose between the Caspian Sea and this area of 50,000 years, means this 60,000 years ago. Long story short, obviously, Northeast Asia, right? Siberia, things like that. Just talks about certain groups and these are the ones that went over. Obviously, it says is one of the 5 that are found in indigenous people of Americas, right? The natives, what it's saying there. That's just talk about some of those things of D. Then it talks about obviously your D4, D5, which ones those ones are and everything. But your D is part of the M lineage. So we're going to look at that, the M lineage. That's very important. So I just put this here for extra meat. All right. So this is just a little more history on the area. I'm not going to go over it, but it's really interesting going over the history of this area to know that they've been there. So interested in investigating ritual landscape of the Mongolia, these areas. So it was just an area that they were doing sacrifices at, long story short. I'll just show a little bit of it, and then I'll end it like at the 1 minute mark. Just show a little bit of this thing.
Deep in the heart of Asia lies the Altai Nuru, a range of mountains which establishes a natural border between Mongolia, China, Russia, and Kazakhstan. On the eastern flanks of the Altai in Mongolia lies Hotan Lake. This region has long been home to nomadic herders and hunters. Present-day Cossack herders set up camp here during the fall and spring seasons, typically making 4 moves each year. While most families have camels.
Family, wait till you see the cherry on top. You haven't seen the best. You haven't seen the major thing that I want you to see yet. But let's keep going. So this is very important. This is very important because why is it important? It's because the information that they're spreading around has no, what's the word I'm looking for? No grounds when it comes to the actual full level of information. Let me show you. This is obviously most people know about this. You know, this one of those things that is not, you can't deny it when the information is seen. But let me show you something real fast. Undefined J1-p58, and you can see right here in this area we were just looking at. Let's go down a little bit. In fact, I think I screenshot on here, right here. This is it right here. We're just talking about it. Undefined JP58 in that area that I was showing you. Remember UUS001? JP58 UUS001? UUS001. Very important. What's going on there, right? JP58 with a D lineage and connection. That's how some people, you know, they try to say we don't know genetics, but what you seeing? You see right here, related DKS outliner UUS001 from, remember that area I just showed you with the animal sacrifices and stuff like that was going on there. That's that area, a branch in common with Iran Neolithic populations that is later found spreading with nomads. It's not just one lineage, it's a few of them. Hence, probably with an origin in population movements through the inner Asia mountain corridor. You see what I'm saying here? Let me show you something. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to open up the map here so you can see these ancient lineages. So JP58, we're looking at, remember, this is JP58, and we're going to look at this, everything that you see here. You see these years here? Supposedly 13,000 years ago. Anything you see in blue, 13,000, all these up to 5,000 years ago. 3,000, all the way up to the if you see red, that's present. That's today. That's what you see today, right? It's taken, you're looking at a map of ancient DNA. That's what you're looking at today. Ancient DNA. And what are you looking at? What lineage is this? What lineage is you actually looking at here? Let me click this so you can see what we're actually looking at here. What I put on this thing, on this note, right here with this is information that was kind of difficult to find, but not too difficult. What you're going to see here is you're going to see many different lineages here, but the one we want to look for, I'm going to show you. Let's see if I still know how to do this thing. Let's see. Let's see how you do this thing. I gotta remember how you use this thing. But this thing, if you figure out how to use this, you can find some really interesting stuff. Let me actually find it. Right here. This. So you see where it says YSS or YISOGG. On this one, I put it here so that it's understood. Remember I was talking about the J earlier, and I was talking about the different combinations of it. Remember I said J1A, 2B on the ISOGG. I'm going to put it here, and I'm just going to make sure it's showing me the maximum of what it is. All right. So now we can see what we see here. So you can see here, this is actually going to be your P58, what you're seeing here. These are going to be your lineages here. See what's going on here. There's more ways to get more accurate and stuff. You see this one right here, and we talked about that in Sidon and things like that. But this one says actually the culture is Assyrian. It says this one was Assyrian, the Iron Age. So that's very important. Obviously, remember, it's not exclusive. They're not exclusive to the land of the Levant, but they're found. Remember that. We also can find some J's with D4 that actually did cross over. We can find those ones. You can see this one in Italy over here. See what's going on there. Very, very, very interesting. You can use this and find ancient genetics. Ancient. If you see something like in a purple or darker blue, sometimes it gets further back. But let me try. I forget how I end up finding that. J1-p58. You see what's going on there. Supposedly 3,000 years ago, J1-p58. That's supposedly such and such time, right? Russia, whatnot. Well, no, not that time. It's like around your, let me see, 700s, right? Russia, but that's not enough. Let me show you. Sometimes, you gotta toy with this thing. I forget how you what's the word I'm looking for? Let me see if I could just do it like this. But you can find mtDNA. You can find, this, if you start knowing the different codes, right? The SOGG codes, you can find some genetics here. You can find some really interesting stuff in these areas. But here it is. I think this is I kind of did it, but sometimes it all depends on how you do it. But should be able, let me see. No, it's got multiple different ones, but I'm not going to keep on looking. I'm just going to go to the next one. So if you ever want to look through this, you can find ancient genetics all over, to be honest with you. That was one time I was able to, I should have wrote down how I typed it down. I just typed it down. I must have got forgot which one, how it is. But it's not hard to search through. I'm going to toy with it, and I'll just take some screenshots and put it on here later on. All right, let's keep going. So you see what's going on there? The reason why I'm showing you that is showing you the truth. This is what I'm showing you. Let me see. Why is this like this? Why is this bright like that? Let me just close that and just see what that is. No, it's something. Okay, I'm gonna close that. And let me see what this is. I don't know why I got this open. Okay, I'm gonna close that. Leave that there for now. This one, I'll leave this like this. But like how it has different combinations. You can put a different combination, and find different things and whatnot. I could try some of these, but I'll just do it for the live sake. I know this probably won't work for ISGG one. I'm thinking, yep, it wouldn't work for that. You gotta switch it to just that. And it did not. That's all right. Sometimes it all depends. It all depends. I'm gonna try one more of these combinations. This one. I could do the just M267, but there'll be too much. I don't know what it just did there. Just looking here. All right. All right, one more time. I think there's another way to do this thing where it has like a list of them that's there. This is it restarted. I'm going to actually go to that. All right. I just want to just try those things out. But you can see this actually would be this thing where you see this picture right here. Remember we was talking about that? UUS, whatnot. It's right here. Proto-Turkish homeland, right? The Turkish homeland, right? Proto-Turkic homeland. That's important. When you think of Turkey, or not Turkey, but Turks, don't think Turkey, right? When you think Turks, don't think Turkey or Anatolia. Think Turkestan or Mongolia over here. That's very important. When you see a thing that says like they're from Turkey or things like that, or they're related to Turks or things like that, you got to look at that carefully, so you're not being deceived. So you can see that's just a little bit there, but I'm go back down because there's a little more to it. Here's a timeline slideshow of it. P58 samples from, you can see this one, and you'll notice that a lot would be over here. That's important. Why is a lot actually found in the Levant? Why is it that they're found here than found in the Levant? The same reason we find R lineages over here. The same reason we find T lineages here. The same reason we find H lineages here. The same reason we find other lineages. Many people settled in the Levant. Many people was over here. But you can see this is actually would be basically P58, like these. You'll start seeing some of the more common groups right there. You see that J1-p58? Remember we looked at that D5 all the way over here? That's very important. That means that they didn't develop only in the Levant. There are people that came from far away. Close that. All right. Let's look a little more. So you can see the reason why I showed you that is because, information. Very important. So here's some links who is linked to. Just got some people who is linked to. Got some people that is related to in the Bronze Age. The Zanu. That's very important. That's Samaritan. That's a Samaritan. They're saying they're related. That group is related to the groups all the way ancient Samaritans that was in the up here. And we talked about that in the Scythian video, where we go over the Scythian, ancient Scythians. So it just shows how they're related to different groups. And you can look up each one. There's one in China, different ones. And that is obviously important because that's going to be obviously a far out lineage. We'll close this. This just got some information to it. Just this right here, and you can see it's always someone speaking and bringing forth some information that you can look into and see what's up with it. That's one of the things as well of different conversations. So they just say right here, it says it's closely related to what it says. Has J1A and closely? This is a question that he's answering. We have a P58 Scythian from another place right here, dating to this date, to this. Unsure whether this is such and such. And just talk about the branches. He just talks about this is another group that they consider Scythian just because they're far out and they move with the Scythians and stuff like that. We talked about that, how the J1-p58 was moving with the Scythians. We'll click this. I think this is the information to what he was saying, if I recall. Yep. This is the information to what they were saying. So you can see the light ones are J, but they don't have P58, but the dark ones have P58. So you can see a lot of them in the Levant. We're going to talk about that. A lot of them over here, right? See them all over here. I don't know if they're anywhere else. I don't think so. I wouldn't expect them to be anywhere else. But you can see in Mongolia, or this is India. You can see, remember we was talking about that, how some went to India. It's very important. Some over here. Remember, that's that UUS001. See right here, all the way over here, P58, all the way over there. That's a real far distance. Did Aaron walk all the way over there? What's going on with that? Think about that. That's JP58 all the way over here? It's very important. Remember, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, then the 12 patriarchs, then the line of Levi. And you know what they call, you see what's going on here? What do they call the line of Levi today? CMH, let me show you something. So you see right here, this is what happens when people only know like a little information and they try to sell that. But that's not, you can't sell everyone. You know, it's one of those things that not everyone's gonna just take things at face value. They're gonna look at things a little deeper. You can see, keep in mind, while CMH was the most frequent haplogroup among, they say Kohim men, or you know, they say Kohim men, or Kohanim, or how you say, of Aaron. They're saying, and understand, they're saying the direct line of Aaron, where the scripture tells us that that was one of the most purest lines of Israel. That's the most purest line of Israel that had to stay after tabernacle. There's a scripture in the scripture that tells you Aaron, the line of Aaron, they have to stay in the perimeter, in the area, right? In the area of the tabernacle, right? Had to be in the perimeter of the tabernacle. That's very important. So you can see right here, they try to say that that's Aaron. They say being directly the line of Aaron. It says, while not being directly from the line of Aaron, you could be descended from one of his numerous male relatives. That what is male relatives like Levi? Are they trying to say that that's Levi? That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. So remember, that's from M267. M267. So M267, we already know that that's far out. That's far out, not in the Middle East. It's found in different areas. But P58 can't be the line of Aaron. That's very important. There's no doubt. So you can see what's going on there. Is actually would be more of a European lineage. It's a European lineage that from here spread out to all these areas, and going out to these areas, it also came down. We haven't got to nothing yet. We just get into the tip of the iceberg. We get in there. So now always remember, don't forget, they call Akkadian cuneiform Semitic. So that means that someone can speak Semitic and they can call it a spread of Semitic language, but it's not Shemitic. That's very important. So a lot of these, right, Canaanite, Akkadian, Amorite are Semitic. So just think about that. All connected. You can see they talk about, P58 helped the migration of those things. That's not a good thing. But let's keep going. I'm going to show you something now. It just talks about some of those things where I was just showing you there, a little file on that. But this thing keeps saying. So if they're saying by the mother, now I'm going to show you now, out of all the things I showed you, this is going to be the cherry on top. Even though it's something else. There's something else afterwards too. But let me show you something. If they say it's by the mother, which mother? Because when we look at time frame, we go through all the time frame, we actually find out some very interesting things. I'm going to read you something when I'm talking about the ancestry. And it has to do with the Yemen. Yemen has a secret because remember how I told you that they came from, remember, they was over here in Mongolia, over here, and there's some over here, and they end up traveling over here. That's very important. And that's what we was talking about, that some DNA, the mDNA that we find over here end up traveling over here. All right. That's very important. So I want to show you something amazing though. Here's the most JP58 you've ever seen. And everything that I'm going to show you has to do with, this is what it says. This ancestry was comparable to the ancestry present during the Bronze Age in the distant northern region of the Near East. After the Bronze Age, the south and north of the Near East therefore allowed different genetic, trajectories, right? and I'm going to show you those trajectories of the mixing that's going on. In the north, the Levantines admixture with the Euro-Asian population carrying steppe ancestry whose impact never reached as far as the Yemen, where people instead admixed with Africans, leading to genetic structure observances in the Near East today. The reason why I'm showing you this, because I've been talking about this. Remember, I had said that, let's see, that I closed the thing. Let me see if I close it. The ancient genetics. Basically, in Sidon, in the land of Sidon, you're gonna find. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, let me close that. Don't need that. In the land of Sidon, in fact, that's it right there, right there. All right, in the land of no, it's not. Let me go up. In the land of Sidon, I'm gonna show you something. We actually find A's, and you know what? If we find A's, we should probably find some other types of lineages. Let me see if I can find an ancient right here. I'm just gonna click this and let it open, and I'm gonna show you something in the land of Sidon, BA, and I'm gonna show you Bronze Age. So Sidon in the Bronze Age, I'm gonna show you what's found there. Here's Sidon. What we find there, we find a lot of J's. Sidon, an area that was never taken by Israelites. Go read Judges 1-3. Judges 1-3, it's never been taken by the Israelites. And in fact, we can find it throughout different histories. Tyre and Zidon became major and became the how you say that? How I got that all mixed up. Carthage or Carthaginians, how you say that? And they also have the same mtDNA. We'll talk about that too. But you can see A's and your B's in Sidon, because that's where the Canaanites were. The Canaanites were in Sidon. Remember, Sidon, the Canaanites were there, but then the Sea Peoples came there and invaded there. Remember, they're connected with IJK. What's going on with there? See what's going on. But let's go over here and let's talk about something. So go over here. Now I'm going to show you a major list of J1-p58. That's what I'm going to show you here. You see this J1-p58? J1-p58, but notice what you're going to start seeing here. You see your J1-p58 with your M, J1-p58 with an M, J1-p58 with an M, J1-p58 with an L0, J1-p58 with an L0, family. What is L0? They say that that's African. What about L5? What about J1-p58 with L5? See what's going on there? There's a couple different lineages here as well in this list. And this will be actually lineages that's found in Yemen. Now, it's interesting because obviously in Yemen, if you look it up, you'll find mtDNA there. Well, mtDNA. M2, E1B1A, that was there in the land of Yemen. Also, you can look up Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, we find E1B1A there. So you're going to find sometimes your L3s there. So sometimes you're going to find L3s there. So here's an example of L3 in Yemen. That's a story of its own. You're obviously going to have your L2s here too. L2s, right? Mostly with your E's. We talked about that, E1B1B. It's going to have some of your L2s, but they also are going to be mainly having some of these European lineages, like this E with the U6. We had talked about that before when we looked at the list. But note this P58 with the L3, with the L0, P58, L5, P58, L0. See what's going on there? And that's what it was talking about when it was talking about right here. Because I'm going to show you that when we're talking about the Bronze Age, we're going to be looking at some very interesting things. So they said they mixed with African, but why? Because they settled in Sidon and different things like that. But also what's important is that there's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing new under the sun. Understand when I say this. This actually is going to be modern people. What I'm actually showing you today is modern people right here. But notice that M and L that's in them. Notice that M and L. because now I'm going to show you ancient people. And the reason why a lot of this is like this, a lot of times you can see it'll talk about right here that it's possible that these ones also had their spot in some of the what's the word I'm looking for? The wickedness that was going on in the land, pretty much. But let's go down. I'm gonna show you something a little more interesting. Now I'm gonna show you ancient. I'm gonna show you ancient genetics, because what I'm showing you, like I said, this ancestry is comparable to the ancient present this ancestry is comparable to the ancestry present during. It's saying that the ancestry that they see today is the same ancestry that they seen back then. That's what they're saying. That a long time ago, that is what they had in them. I'm gonna show you something. It says during the Bronze Age. Remember that L3. I'm going to that L0. I'll show you something. After the Bronze Age, the south and north of the Near East thereof followed different genetic. Obviously, when we talked about that, different genetics mixing trajectories in the north of the Levant and everything mixed with African and whatnot, leading to genetic structure in the Near East today. Go down a little bit so you can see, just talking about what's going on. It just talks about long time ago they were one, they were all mixed, and then they separated, but then they start mixing again, but now they're mostly separated. That's what they're saying. They're saying like at one point of time they were basically the same as peoples, like that was their lineages, like their lineages were basically merged together. Long story short, but let me show you something now down here. Now I'm going to show you. We're getting closer and closer to it. So this is just talking about obviously the people in Yemeni, and everything. I'll close that. Go down a little bit. All right, so watch what it says here. It's just talking about, however, it's just talking about you're gonna see your L0s there, and they try to say, it came from a mixture. His Yemen, you can see L3s there, a decent portion of them going on there. So obviously L3, if you remember, it's also important that the Arabic slave trade had happened, and a lot of the women have been took captive. A lot of them were taken captive, so a lot of L3 has stayed in that area, and a lot of L's and different lineages were taken in that area. A lot of that's still in that area, so you can see a large portion in this little area over here. That's very important. If I recall, they also talk about that on here somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but just to make it clear, I'm going to just talk about it. Recent gene flow from southeastern Africa likely occurred during the last 2,500 years. Predominantly, and it just talks about by the women according to all these things and whatnot, just looking at the genetics there. We can look at it ourselves. We can see the genetics ourselves, what's going on there in that area. Let me show you something. So this is gonna be from Sidon. This is gonna be from Sidon. I'm gonna show you something. Let me just open this thing. So what you're gonna see in this study, what I was showing you was people that was there at that time. Now I'm gonna show you ancient genetics, right? But on that one, you were seeing modern people, right? Some of the J1-p58, a lot of J1-p58, a lot of them had J1-p58, but they had the L lineages with them, right? They had J1-p58 with the L lineages, right? I showed you that little paper right here. You see what's going on. J1-p58 with an L0. Note that L0. They say that's the one that's original African. That might be a Hamitic lineage. Might not. But let me show you something. You see these dates? BC, we're talking thousands of years ago, right? And we're talking Bronze Ages, because what I'm showing you is something that you get some individuals that, they think many just surface the water, but a lot of us don't live on the surface of the water. We dive deep. And I'm going to show you something real fast. What I'm actually opening up here. And I don't know where's that here it is. No. I'm gonna have to open up another one for it. I probably closed it. I probably already showed it, the sidon. But let me show you something real fast over here. Right. Here. All right. Let me show you something. I was talking about this before. I was talking about the sea peoples and Sidon, those that settled in Sidon. It's not just 5 people. There's not just 5 people there. Yeah, that the 5 main groups was because of the J1-p58 that came to light. Everyone wanted to talk about that and everything. But if you look at Sidon, we actually find extra groups. So this right here is just talking about those that came down. You can see right here, migration to the Zagros Mountains in this time period and everything. And it just talks about the ones in Sidon, right? I was talking about before how they also the Philistines and certain ones the Philistines, but some of them had settled in Sidon, different groups that had came down, they say from the Zagros Mountains and everything, and settled in the Levant. They call them the sea peoples and everything. That's why sometimes you see that they'll say the Ashkenazi are 70 to 60% of the contribution of that. That's very important when they talk about the sea peoples and everything, whatnot. Obviously, there's plenty of groups when we look at the sea peoples and whatnot, like our lineages and stuff like that. Let me show you something right here. And understand, I'm unbiased, right? Because I'm R1B M269. So I'm unbiased. This is for the truth, for the sake of the truth. So you can see what's going on here. You got your J's, right? This is a small list. This is a small list. A lot of these are just small lists and stuff like that, right? But these are sea peoples that came down there. Now let me show you something a little more in depth. Right over here. All right. Now watch this. This is from Cell. All right. It's gonna be from Cell. A little piece of information. I think I already opened it. Right here. Let me just close some of these. I think I closed the wrong one. That's all right. There we go. Let that open up. All right, so look at this. Ancient genetics in Israel. Megiddo. Let's look what's going on here. Watch what happens here. I'm going to show you something really interesting. So we're going to look at the mtDNA, and we're going to look at the Y-DNA. So we're going to look at the mtDNA and the Y-DNA. Let me show you something here. I'm going to scroll down, so just show some interesting stuff. You can see this E lineage, E1B1B with a R female with an R lineage. It's very interesting. It's more European. Go down a little bit. Because what we're looking for, we are looking for these little lineages over here. You can see what's going on here. Your JA2, let me just make sure that you see this. You see these different ones. Your sometimes you got your J1A2B, things like that. Your JAE, different. Sometimes they have different names. Whenever you see a J1, you're leaning on the lineages that's supposed to be Israelite. They say that's Israelite. When you start seeing J1, that's basically a secret. You see J1, J1B, things like that. You're gonna see the lineages that you need to find. So J1A2B. All right. Just to show us what we're looking at. I don't know what just happened there. That scroll. I must have scrolled or something. I don't know. Let me see. In fact, let me make it wide again and go back to that thing I was just showing you. J1A2B, right? Remember J1A2B. J1A2B is still P58. J1A2B is P58. Let me show you something. J1A2B. You see what's going on? U3, U3. See what's going on there? J1A2B, a T. But let me show you something. Let me show you something real fast. J1A2B, ancient times, L0. L0, ancient times. See what's going on there? Let me just make sure that's that row right here. So right here, J1A2B, L0, that's supposed to be Aaron in the Bronze Age with a L0. So how is that Levi? How is that Aaron? You see what's going on there? Someone pull up the scripture where it says it's a law that they have to marry in Israel. So it's very important to understand. It's very important to understand that what you're seeing here is that in ancient genetics, their modern genetics match the ancient genetics. You see what's going on there? That means that this wasn't a pure line of people. You see how many different females is in this one lineage? In this one lineage right here, all these are J, all these are the same, but they have different females, every one of them. T, L, M, and J. Here's another one with different ones, U3. More of them with different ones. Well, these are all U3. These ones got N. You see what's going on here? How is this Israel if we have all these types of different females and we find them in different locations outside of the Levant? They need to stop selling the lie. The reason why I'm showing you this because I want you to see the depth of the truth. I want you to see the depth of the truth, how deep the truth actually goes. I want you to see the depth of the truth, how deep the truth actually goes. So you can see these things. I screenshot the note on here. You can see. Zoom in. There's your lineages, and what do we have? L0 with your J1-p58. L0 with your J1-p58. That's important. Obviously, having your U lineages, the European ones, but L0 with your J1-p58, they're the lineages of the ones that settled in Sidon. Actually, in fact, you know what this is? You know what I'm actually opening here? That's talked about, that's found in Megiddo, right? Megiddo. All these that's found in Megiddo. I'm gonna show you is on this note. And this, I talked about this when I talked about the Y chromosomes they don't want you to know. Look at my playlist. Look on the synthetics playlist, Synthetic Sunday. Go see the Synthetic Sunday and you'll see this paper right here. You click it. It's on one of a video I would recommend. I'll just show you on my page. It's what is it called? I'll show you on the playlist right here. On the Synthetic Sunday, I'm gonna show you something. You see this one right here? Watch that video. Ashkenazi Y chromosome truth they don't want you to know. I touched on it already. I touched on it here already. I gave some history right here already. I talked about nothing but the history. I talked about how they're Philistines and how they're the sea peoples. All these things I'm showing you, family, is true. Everything that I'm showing you, the genome history of the Bronze Age Southern Levant. You see what I'm saying here? This is the sea peoples. This is Sidon and Tyre. These are the original ones. This is them. This is what it is. You see what's going on here? The reason why I'm saying this, it's just truth. Just accept that they're sea peoples. Just accept that they're not Israelis. That they're not Aaron. That they're ready to build up the temple and they're not the people. This is the most in-depth revealing with history, with genetics, connecting the truth of who these people are. That's what you just seen today. What I just showed you was one of the most in-depth studies of who these people are, and I'm giving you this stuff for free so that you can have something to comment on that. So that's why I put that there. So whether it was a slave trade of the modern people or not, I don't know for the modern people, but here's ancient people. And so obviously there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun. It's nothing new under the sun. So that's why I was showing you. We extracted DNA from bones of 73 individuals from 5 archaeological sites in the southern Levant. That's what you're looking at there. That's what you're looking at. And you got to know what you're looking at there when you think about Megiddo and the locations of those things, the places where they are. Very important. That's going to be your sea peoples. Because when we want to find the lineages of real Israelites, just just look at the pre-pottery Neolithic B, right? Because a lot of these dates, you see how they say 10,000, 50,000 years like that. Go watch the video we made on the Natufian. And let's see them bring out something more hermetic than what the Natufian information show. Let's see they bring out something as hermetic as L3 and the E lineages. That the E lineage is right there. The oldest fossils are in that age, not nowhere else. Only in that time, only in that place. That's real science. That's real truth. E1B1B are original Arabs, or E3B. E3A-M2 are original Israelites, E1B1A. And the L lineage is the women. Just grab a little piece of information right here. Just talks about how some of your lineages are down there and your M2 lineages are found in Oman. So in some areas. And I talked about that before, how they know that they have a back migration, right? I talked about that before, how they know that the E lineage has a back migration. It's back migration to Africa. It went into Africa. It's one of those things that we know. I had talked about that before with family tree DNA, right? The family tree DNA, the same one that needs to update their information on L3, right? But look at this from family tree DNA. A different information specialist, because I get different information specialists. He says E3 is common throughout sub-Saharan Africa and also in the Near East. So it could represent a back migration from the Near East. Now, that is solid, because if we got E1B1A not found anywhere else in the north, but we have E1B1A that's in Africa where Egypt is, and we find them in the Near East, then doubtlessly that out of all the lineages that I have ever studied and seen, and honestly, I say this unbiasedly, all the things that I studied in truth, your E1B1A lineage right here, which is found in Israel, there's no older fossils of E1B1A. The E lineage ruled in Israel. The E lineage, it ruled in Israel. E1B1B and E1B1A, the L lineages. That's one of those things for the sake of understanding. But we already talked about L3 and its origins. So E1B1A, not X, but E1B1A. It's very important to understand in the Levant. So very, very important. Very, very important to see. Very, 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 very important to see, I believe. And close that. So I wouldn't even imagine doing a summary, but I can quickly speak of a summary real fast, what we just talked about. Let's summarize what we just talked about. Let's go back over here and summarize what we just talked about. This note, you might see that it talks a little bit about, because I use this note for the Syrian captivity, talked about the Syrian captivity and everything, on what the Israelites look like and whatnot. It's no doubt what they look like in the recordings of who they are and whatnot. But just for some clarity, interesting, the boys just woke up. But we talked about, here's everything that we talked about. Here's a summary. Summary. We talked about how in the Bible, it talked about how the Hamites actually came upwards, and it actually was seen by Babylon. Babylon was an area of Mesopotamia that was constantly conquered. This area was constantly conquered by different invaders, multiple different invaders. It would make no sense to claim that only Shemites were in that area. We also had the conclusion of the understanding that Flavius Josephus had talked about pretty much also. He knows that Nimrod was up there and everything after the Tower of Babel and the split. We know that there were people that came from India and the people from India had settled in the Levant. We have groups from India all the way to Mongolia that came from here and settled in the Levant. J1-p58. And you can see here, we have those lineages and everything for those and whatnot, and the route. We have evidence of the route which they had took into that area. We had seen that when the Sea Peoples came and invaded, when the Sea Peoples had invaded during the Bronze Age, that we had a whole bunch of European lineage that came down and settled. But in Tyre and Sidon, we had that J1-p58 that settled there mainly. We also had a understanding of, hold on, let me actually summarize this at a different location. Oh no, everything's good now. All right, so there's going to be history. Obviously, the area of the, what's the word I'm looking for? Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia was full of different individuals, and different people conquered that area. Mesopotamia was also the area where you're going to have your reign of the Assyrians. It's known that the Assyrians, right? The Assyrians, the Sumerians, the Akkadians, the Amorites, obviously Assyrians, Babylonians, and the Ashkenazi are related with the Turks. When I say Turks, remember Turkestan. Obviously, we had talked about some little things about J. We had some conversation about J, and we talked a little bit about where it comes from, and also its locations in India and Finland. India and Finland. Very important. J1-p58, just some information to J1-p58, different ways it's talked about. And then we talked about the history of Assyria and its connection with Urartu. Urartu, you got to also have the, right here, a little under this little picture of the screenshot right here, underneath it is a note with information to who is Armenia. Armenia, every haplogroup in Armenia is found in Ashkenaz. Every single one. I can show you a quote for that, but if you want to get a little more into that, just watch this video here. Any one of these first 5 videos, any one of these goes over the J. Those are the ones that we focus on going over. Not just the J, but every lineage that's supposedly supposed to be Ashkenazi. So we had talked about, obviously, the linking with the Babylonians, how they were related by the women. They were related by the women. They would give their women to be related with each other. The J1 has evidence of being involved with many different lineages, from Edomites to what have you. Long story short, Assyrians and whatnot and everything. We also have evidence of, pretty much Sennacherib, or not Sennacherib, even so, one of the sons or one of the people of Assyria, their children ran into Armenia and they dwelled there. So they had connections. So a lot of connections with different worlds and different towns and things. And then we went into the depth of some things that are missing from some of the reports of P58. P58, long story short, is going to be a lineage that started off in the Caucasus, is spread out following the route with the Scythians as they constantly went out and conquered, to reach all the way to pretty much what you see here. There's actually the Caucasus here. They reach all the way to Turkestan and Mongolia and things like that. They also have different mtDNAs. The mtDNA is evident of their route of where they are and the location where they are. That's important. They are European people. The J1-p58 is of Japheth. That's very important. So that's what we went over today. We had 100% studied the reports, just a few of the reports that are not in the studies of the major studies when you see the studies of J1-p58. So with that said, this note will be in the description. And if you have any questions, I will answer them like I'm live. Otherwise, this has been one of the most, I wish I probably made it like a little more professional, like in animation and whatnot, but time is at hand and I want you to understand this stuff. So with that, family, I hope that this bless you. as I always want to continue on working for you, beloved family. So with that, I'm just going to close some of these things as I go, just to make sure I talked about everything here. Close that, this, and we talked about things on this. At least I'm sure. And just look at the bottom. Yep. That's just all those J's and whatnot. And remember, this was that paper that talked about the people, testing the people and whatnot. If I recall, just individuals from Yemen and stuff like whatnot, and the mixture they had with the African ancestry, and it said it was related with the Bronze Age. And we looked at the Bronze Age, and then we had looked at some of these individuals all the way to Russia. And this is, let me just make sure that we talk about this. Yeah, this is them. Remember, we talked about how they move with the Scythians, right? And we just talked about their lineages, right? We had talked about J1-p58 that was over there in that time, which this is the mtDNA, and this is the Y. So we had talked about J1-p58 in this time frame right there, J1-p58 with an A23. A23. Very interesting. So I'm gonna close these. So, and that's why I started off with the history, and of course some more stuff that are in the note. So I put this is the note of notes, just extra notes you can see. And I showed you that with the maps, because the maps makes a big difference. So with that, family, what you've seen today was a complete picture of the truth. All we do is bring out the truth, so help us God. So with that, family, be blessed, be beloved, and amen.